Good morning, gunchannels.com. You're watching the Morning Strike edition. And we're Quark and Sean again this morning. All right. Let's take that link. Edit the overview. There's this all. So, what's going on today? Hmm. Not much going on this morning. Hmm. Morning, Tony.
Hey, Stryke, what's going on, man?
It's the Morning Strike Edition. Quark and Sean, 1 hour at a time.
Okay.
Hey, Sean just jumps in as I start the morning Quark. That's great. Anyways, and about earlier, Tony, I don't make a habit to remember the names of anti-gun or corrupt politicians. It's just something I read the name, but I ignore it unless it leaves an impression. So
Well, generally, when it has an R behind it, it kind of stands out to me.
I know, but I also remember the factor that while yes, I am a Republican, my family's been Republican. Hell, I'm even related to a Republican president. That's not to say that all politicians aren't corrupt, anyways.
She's been on some other stuff that's kind of fishy too, or kind of lefty, I should say.
That's why I'm saying, politicians are corrupt, and you know, it's time to start making them responsible for their actions, whether they're in the Senate or in just as a mayor. It doesn't matter what level of government they're in; they need to be accountable for their actions.
You get no argument from me.
Yeah.
Excuse me a minute while I pour coffee.
Pour me a cup. I could use it this morning. I may go and get another cup. I don't know.
Oh hell, this is about cup number 4 for me.
I'm only on my first cup. And my first cup is empty, so I need more.
That's
Lovely.
actually two G webs that they slant them for that reason. God, that just
No, Hugs was asking about the canted slide, the canted sights, not the slant break. Well, whatever, doesn't bother me. But hopefully they get the right answer that they're looking for now.
I don't know. It just kind of didn't make sense to me that they would can it on purpose due to recoil.
Yeah, I don't get that either. Because I've seen people build AKs, and it's just the factor that yeah, they don't normally can't the sights on them. Though I
don't
have
know
seen
that it,
some imports where the sights have been way off.
I don't know that having the slice somewhat candid had hurt it, but I mean, you see them put scopes way the hell off to the side if they got something else on the top of their weapon.
Yeah. So Sean's not in here yet. He's not raging at me for quarking him again this morning.
That's all right.
Give it an hour. Let him get to work first.
He needed to go into work a couple hours fucking early so he could start the show at a reasonable time instead of this 10:30 Central bullshit.
Yeah. Oh. 10
Gee, well,
o'clock is as early as I go.
G-Webs is talking about starting a morning coffee and guns thing every day. And if I get situated where I got decent internet, I may start doing that. Because I'm generally up and at 'em at least 6 a.m. Most of the time it's 4. Well, I'm up. Not so much at 'em until I've had about a quart of coffee.
It's Meggie saying, don't listen tonight. He just doesn't like anyone. I'm like, no, I don't. It's not that I don't like anyone. I just don't trust anyone. Slight difference.
I don't like anyone.
Yeah. Tony's the one that doesn't like anyone. I just don't trust anyone. There's difference. Small, but difference.
Well, I don't trust them either, but that's neither here nor there.
That is a good question, Angry. I'm not sure. I'll have to get back with you on that one.
Like being akin to friendship is something that someone has to earn.
Well, that's the same thing with trust. Trust is earned, not given.
I have had friends that I wouldn't fucking trust to turn my back on, but they were good friends. Just fucking not trustworthy people.
If you can't trust your friends, you need better friends.
It doesn't matter. If you know you can't trust someone, then you don't put them in a position to betray your trust.
Yeah, there's that too.
You in Arizona yet, Angry? Speaking of trust and not trusting somebody, I see our former jailed governor is on TV.
You guys are
Asking
so
for another
funny.
hearing.
I hope you don't start a daily morning coffee show. Well, technically, that's what we're doing on Gun Channels right now.
Hopefully you do start, not don't.
Oh, yeah, I read that wrong. That's a problem I have. Sometimes I skim, and yeah.
That's right. You did say that the other day, man, that you had to do some temporary move before you could head to Arizona.
There we go. The link's out there again. Angry.
Anything new and exciting happen over the weekend?
Nah, it rained. I was unable to go outside and do any shooting.
Freaking winter returned with the vengeance here, at least very, very early spring.
Well, yeah, I mean, you live in the Arctic North.
I don't live that freaking far north.
reminds me in a little bit, I got to go and call the local welder and see if he's got a TIG welder I could either borrow or if he can just TIG that one piece into the grip housing for my Setme.
You ain't got that done yet?
No, because I don't have a fucking TIG welder. And I'm
You're
not going to
supposed
use a
to-
MIG because it's too much splatter.
You was supposed to seek out freaking welder the other day.
I called the other day. Guess what happened? No answer. I have to call again.
Well, they're busy. They probably won't answer.
Probably. So maybe a thing where I might have to just go down there. Which really sucks because I don't have to go down there. Not that it's very far down the road or anything. It's just,
I seen something this morning on TV that I haven't seen in. I don't know that I've ever seen it in my adult life. And that's Caterpillar advertised on TV for help wanted.
they're hurting that much.
Evidently, I've seen the ad a couple of times this morning. They're having a big job fair Thursday, and they got a huge list of shit they want to hire for.
Well, good for them. It's always nice to see them hiring again.
I don't believe I would go and work for Caterpillar because they're too abrupt to lay people off unceremoniously. Just as you get used to making some money, they boot you out the fucking door.
I agree with you there, but the fact that they're actually hiring again, that is an upside, is it not?
Yeah, and the fact that they're advertising on TV just surprised the shit out of me.
Hey, maybe things are getting better before they get worse. We'll see. There we go. So, anyways, Tony, what's going on in your neck of the woods? Anything interesting?
It's fucking cold.
Besides from being cold, I mean, any news on the whole shitstorm up there?
Not this far.
What is it? SB 1657, right?
Hell, I don't know.
So there's no news on it, I take it.
I haven't seen anything in the past few days in my email, except for when it went to the floor.
All right.
I ain't overly concerned about it because I don't think Rounard sign it.
Yeah, well, you never know. Collins did go and support that straw purchase bill. So,
Well, he called shit. I emailed him and then he emailed me back and gave me his phone number to call him to discuss the issue. Like, well, I can't be bothered with talking with every fucking governor out there, I'm busy. There ain't no discussion to be had. Veto this stupid fucking bill.
now, did you email him or did you just mail him?
I emailed him.
Yeah, normally when I email my senators, even state or even the governor, lieutenant governor, rarely do I get a response back. I've only gotten one response back from the lieutenant governor once.
I always get a response from Rauner. I always get a response from LaHood, Durbin, and who's my local one? Mike something or other.
Problem is, my local representative for state, the state senate, is a Democrat, so I'm not going to even try and change their minds because
Uh,
there's no point because their NRA rating is like an F minus. No,
and
I
if they never hear from anybody saying that they oppose this shit, then they have no reason to even consider the other side.
problem is even if I do go and say, hey, do something about this, it's going to fall on deaf ears because they've got an F rating already.
But if you and say 75,000 other voters say the same thing, it might actually pierce the veil of stupid.
Eh.
What the hell was it? I just seen something about South Carolina this morning that I was going to ask you about. I can't remember what it was.
I haven't checked the news yet, so don't ask me about South Carolina.
I don't know. There was something anti-gun going on there, or anti-freedom, or something that struck my eye.
It's always happening.
I did see where a professional game hunter was on an elephant hunt. He got killed by somebody who shot an elephant in.
Yeah, I saw that too.
That should pretty tell you don't go big elephants while they're fucking.
Gas prices are rising in South Carolina because of Memorial Day. What else? Oh, here's something interesting. South Carolina quietly legalizes growing hemp.
Sounds okay to me.
Hemp, not marijuana. Hemp, because you can use hemp to make rope and stuff, and clothing even.
And you can also smoke it.
Well, I'm not going there.
Why not? There's not a fucking thing on earth wrong with smoking weed.
I didn't say there was. I'm just not going to go that route this morning. And don't fucking push me in a corner, all right? Jeez.
I think it's the stupidest fucking thing going in America to oppose the legalization of marijuana.
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
Not that I smoke the stuff. I haven't touched it in 6 years.
I'm not going to say if I've ever touched it.
Oh, I have. It's been a long time. I mean, once I became a parent, I figured that it was not the best example to set. So I just didn't do it. Here it is. A judge in South Carolina rules that the stand your ground law does not apply outside of your home. Now, this is judicial activism, period, because the South Carolina stand your ground law specifically states otherwise.
Right, and it will be questioned and challenged because castle doctrine in South Carolina also extends to your car.
The way this reads, it is the same thing we got here, wherever you're legally able to be.
Well, the issue is you can carry a gun in your glove box here in South Carolina, which is what I do because I don't have to have a permit for that. But castle doctrine states that it is extended to your car, so that's why you're able to carry a gun in your glove box.
According to this, it's a person who is not engaged in unlawful activity and who is attacked in another place where he has the right to be, including but not limited to his place of business, has no duty to retreat, and has the right to stand his ground and meet force with force, including deadly force, if he reasonably believes it is necessary to prevent death or great bodily injury to himself or another person, or to prevent the commission of a violent crime as defined in Section 16-1. The only difference that I know of in our law on that one is the word violent, because ours doesn't say violent in it. It just says felony.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird shit going on around here. Like a few days ago, a sheriff deputy lost his gun. Also, a few days ago, a teen shot a cop. So, shit happens.
Yeah, well, it's the judicial precedents that I pay attention to.
Yeah, but that was in a South Carolina court. That's not gonna. If that's taken to the Supreme Court, that's not gonna fly.
That shouldn't even make it out of the appeals process in South Carolina.
It probably wouldn't.
See, a judge who does something like that clearly violates written law should be removed.
A judge who rules in out of emotion or in favor of something of a belief should be removed because the factor is they're supposed to judge to the letter of the law according to the law, not to someone's feelings or to someone's personal beliefs. You're supposed to be impartial as a judge. You're supposed to uphold the law. What part of judging out of your own personal feelings is upholding the law?
Well, he just flagrantly ignored the law.
That's my point.
Hey, Tino.
Hey, Tony. Hey, Night Strike.
Oh God, it's Tino. Run for it.
Where's Sean at? Normally he's got these up and going.
Well, I quartered Sean this morning. He's probably angry.
Oh.
He's probably angrier than Angry American 57. Or excuse me, it's 579 or something like that. 570, that's what it is. I always forget to add the zero. That's what it is.
Well, evidently the guys in the chat are doing something completely different than listening to us. So,
yeah, just let them get it all out of their systems.
So all of you that ain't here listening to us, fuck you.
Wow.
Well, that's pretty safe because they ain't here listening to us, so I can say that. Well, if you're listening, then that's not including you. Yeah, it was too shitty of weather here to go to the range. So I still ain't went. It looks to be too shitty to go until maybe Thursday. And if it rains like they're forecasting, it definitely be out of the question Thursday. So I don't know when the fuck I'm going to go. Unless I just break down and go to shoot the handguns and do the indoor range. I might do that.
All right. A blemished PSA mid-length upper.
Oh, fuck.
$59.99. Pretty good price. Hey, I just got an email. Get over it.
Brought to you by PSA and Ruger. Man, let's see what kind of bullets these are. Federal ammunition. Hey, Ponry, what the fuck you doing? Get your ass in here.
Yeah, Sean. Quit dragging your ass.
And again, welcome to Magnum Mondays, as in 44 Magnum.
You're carrying that thing around with you everywhere you go, aren't you?
No.
No?
God in heaven, no. It's as heavy as a freaking long gun.
It's heavy as a long gun. No, is it as heavy as all of your long guns or just most of them?
No. Only my smallest. It's about the same weight as my cricket. You're building your first handgun. You're excited. Guy says you should go with 9mm because it's cheaper. I really want a 40 though. What do you guys think? Build what you want.
If you're gonna build it, yeah.
Yeah, why are you cheaping out if that's what you want and you're building it yourself? Go with what you can afford. If you want the 40, get the 40. Make the 40.
I'd go a step further and go 45 myself, just because the fact that you can get 1911 frames and just 1911 parts easily, very easily now because they're all over the place. But that's just my opinion, okay? Because I love 1911s and I've been actually looking at building a couple myself because honestly, the frame, you can get a frame for like a 1911 frame between $100 and $150 that you can finish yourself. There's no serial number on it or anything. It's just like an 80% lower for AR-15. Exactly, you can do the same thing with the 1911, and you'll have the satisfaction of building your own 45, but also having 45.
What, are you building an AR pistol?
No, you can build 1911s.
Shut up. Fuck, I'm asking Hug's question.
Oh. Well, you need to preface it with hugs. Say their name, damn it.
Just realize that if you're building something like one of them, like a Glock, okay, the 40 is a hell of a lot sharper recoil, and if the lower isn't, or the frame, whatever the hell you want to call it, isn't reinforced for that, it could beat itself to pieces. Just see the first example of the Smith & Wesson Sigma in 40, and that's a prime example of that, a gun not being stout enough to handle the 40 caliber.
Okay, if you're doing one of those 80% Glock receivers, if you can, build a Glock 21. Not that I'm a Glock fan, but Glock 21 is 45 ACP.
I mean, Glock is far superior to 1911, anyways.
No, Tony, Tino, don't make me boot you. Do not make me boot you. I'll do it.
I typed that just to see what your reaction would be.
Yeah, but if you can make a Glock 21 out of that kit, I would say go Glock 21 because
I can
45 ACP.
I can tell you straight up, I carry 9mm. I don't have any problem with it. Yeah, 1911s are beautiful. So is a classic Duesenberg, but you wouldn't want to enter it in an indie race today.
I don't know. Competition shooters are still using 1911s.
Yeah, with those extended mags that they use.
And some of them are even using the 1911 long slides that are 6 inches. I'll be honest. I kind of want one of those long slide 1911s just for the hell of it. Because those look pretty cool.
I wouldn't mind having a 1911, but I wouldn't select that as my first choice for a carry gun.
I'd rather choose a caliber that will actually stick in a target and knock them down than go right through them,
That's not an issue. I mean,
Yeah, haven't you watched Yankees video on overpenetration?
Yankee. I mean, do you blame anyone? Well, I blame Yankee, but still. Oh, did you see the Truth About Guns is harping on Yankee the other day again?
why?
I don't know about his whole Springfield rant.
What the fuck? You agreed with him?
Yeah, I guess they're not the. Here, I'll link you. I
I
found
don't have to be linked. I actually watched that Yankee video, and he said they're selfish, self-serving assholes at Springfield that deserve to be called
Taken
out
down
or
a
something
notch.
to that effect.
They deserve to be taken down a notch or two. $1,200 M1As when it probably only costs them $500 to $600 to build them.
People buy it, so what?
I know that's the problem because people buy it, the prices stay that high.
Right. People are stupid enough to pay for that, then let them.
I'll tell you one thing right now: the people in Illinois aren't that stupid. No one's buying them in Illinois right now. But I don't know outside of Illinois. Do you think their sales are doing well outside of Illinois, or do you think everybody heard about it and it's just like, yeah, fuck Springfield?
Not everybody, because there's still a lot of them you see that are defending them.
I don't understand that. Of course, that's probably along the same lines of defending a hardened serial killer just because of the fact that they like the way they look.
It's more the likely I have these guns and I'm not going to be berating my gun. So,
Well, I don't even think of that. I think some people just like Springfield Armory and they like the XDs. I mean,
yeah, like guns that aren't made in the United States. Great.
I mean, it's not going to change your opinion. I mean, in all fairness, Glock wasn't made in the United States till a couple of years ago. So, I mean, it's the same concept.
And the profit from Glock don't go to the United States.
No, it goes to Gaston, Glock, and Austria.
I mean, personally, I like XDs. I'm not myopic about them. I'm not, I don't think XD's the best, but I just like how they look and I enjoy shooting them.
Yeah.
That's one reason why my carry gun remains Smith & Wesson or Ruger.
Yeah. Side chat, I mentioned that earlier this morning, but I just posted a link about it. But yeah, it was from a few days ago. Illinois gun dealers can't give away Springfields.
You let me know when to be there, and I'll definitely pick them up.
I'm sure I'm not buying one. I'll tell you that.
I'll pick it up.
You can't get one.
No issues.
So forget it.
I can't afford the one I want, so I'm not going to buy it. There we go.
I have never seriously looked at Springfield, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, their 1911s aren't any better than what Rock Island or American Tactical Imports bring in. So, considering that Springfield's their 1911s aren't made in the United States, are they?
Springfield is largely a logo, and people are paying for the logo.
Yeah, it's just the logo. Like their XDs all come from Croatia. It's like it's a rebranded HS 2000. I know their 1911s aren't from the United States. I don't know what country they're from.
I'm rather indifferent to their guns. I don't care one way or another, but the whole bullshit of this carve out crap and who knew what, when, where, fuck that. That's bullshit. If they didn't know what their lobbyist was doing, they fucking damn well should have.
Here's the
So they're
thing.
culpable no matter what.
If you watch the CEO's video where he says, I had to delegate authority to someone else to take care of it because I didn't have enough time to take care of it myself. And that right there is just he's proving the fact that he was being negligent on this.
He's copping out.
He's copping out and saying he's delegating authority and openly saying that, yeah, I might have been negligent on the situation. And negligent and ignorance towards the situation is not an excuse for fucking up. Either own up to the mistake or shut up.
I don't know how much this is going to hurt him, but it's going to hurt him some. It might be enough to really hammer Rock River because they're not playing in the same pocketbook area as Springfield, at least that I know of.
Yeah, Rock River's denying the whole thing.
I know it. And it's horseshit because they're in the same boat as Springfield. They should have known it if they didn't. And they're culpable for not knowing if they didn't know. But I'm sure that they knew. I think Springfield imports their parts from the Philippines and assembles and fits their guns here. I believe I read that somewhere, but I may not be right.
Okay, from what I hear, prior to I don't know when, but Springfield Armory's 1911s used to be made by Imbel in Brazil. I don't know where they're made now. I don't know if they're made here in the United States or not.
I honestly don't know. I'm relying on memory that ain't very good. So you can take that however you will.
Yeah. I did remember that they used to import their 1911s, and they may not be doing that now, but at the same time, it doesn't fucking matter in the first place because they're literally importing everything else.
I don't care. They're certainly not going to get a pass from the gun owners of Illinois.
Yeah.
We have enough trouble with all the freaking shady politicians we got to deal with, let alone fucking shady ass companies that are basically trying to force mom and pop gun shops out of business so fucking Walmart and Bass Pro
are the only ones selling.
Yeah.
So basically, they want you to buy what they want you to buy, and if you want something different, you're fucked because you can't have it. That's literally what they're trying to say. If it doesn't exist on our shelves, you can't have it. And that is the biggest crock of horse shit I've ever heard.
Oh, don't worry, we'll be here. Unless we get
NSA'd. We will be here unless we get NSA'd, but I doubt that's going to happen. Though I'm hoping Sean, gets his coffee, gets into work, and gets on so that we can talk to Sean. Yeah. Though he may complain about it, but Sean secretly loves these morning quark editions.
Well, if they're doing some form of trivia, he's probably over there.
Who's doing what?
I don't know what all these other guys are doing there.
They're watching the trivia show G did the other night.
Oh, they're still watching that.
Yeah, they're doing the recap. I didn't do so well that game.
Well, when I on the cell phone, I can't even get into those and watch them. So pointless.
I did apologize to the guy I was representing several times, but I was using his answers, not mine. I just want to put that out there. Sean didn't win. I think it was Too Hottie that won. Oh, spoiler. Anyways, I'll be back in a few. I'm going to get more coffee and see if I can get a hold of that welder.
Okay. See if there's anything newsworthy happening yet, which there hasn't been for a few days, week.
Well, they're just talking about how Flynn is going to invoke the Fifth Amendment and stuff. So it's nothing too much.
Every town announces a list of 130 authors pledged to fight gun violence. Great.
Lovely.
There's a no-read list. Some bitch, I just heard her cannon go off. I ain't gonna be talking 44 Magnum much because I ain't been able to get the range of mine since I got it back. I talk to it too much and get to thinking about it much. I'll shut this fucker down and go to the range today. Right now, I'm just browsing the news, see if there's anything interesting to talk about, which so far, no. I was kind of lying when I said I'd go to the range today because my range is closed on Mondays. Otherwise, I might have went. Well, what do we got here? Judicial Watch sues for records about Obama White House involvement. Judicial Watch announced that it filed a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the Federal Communications Commission seeking records of the Obama White House's influence in the FCC's decision to reclassify broadband internet as a public utility so that it could impose restrictive net neutrality regulatory rules. What the hell? It's the internet, man. What's not neutral about the internet? Anybody can put any fucking thing they want on it. Well, that's Fox News, so you know it has zero credibility on the left. There's an interesting line. Increasingly, women today don't want to rely on a spouse or neighbor for protection. Well, no fucking shit. Society's been doing their level best for the last 25 years to demasculate men. Why the hell would Arizona need a fucking permit? They can carry anyway. They don't need one. How much of a hassle is the background permit in Arizona? I mean, you go in, fill out your paper, and they do the check, and you walk out with your gun. Because here it's you go in, fill out the paperwork, and if it's a handgun, you come back in 3 fucking days to get your gun.
Yeah, see, if you have a permit, you don't have to wait 3 days.
I do here.
Well, that's Illinois for you. But like in Florida, if you have a permit, you don't have to wait 3 days.
That if I was in Arizona, I wouldn't give a fuck about a concealed carry permit. I'd be walking around with 2 fucking 44 magnums on my hip. That's just kind of what I was getting at, Smegs. I don't quite get the sudden increase in Arizona itself. Bullshit, punter, you're late. You can wait. We need a note from your doctor as to why you're late.
Doo-doo-doo.
Hey, Sean, what's going on?
Oh, same. Nothing new. Just dying slowly.
Good of you to finally grace us with your presence.
I've had a really bad weekend. I asked you something yesterday, but you weren't on.
Nope, I took the whole fucking weekend off.
You ever feel physically a lot better after a really hot bath? Before you had your pacemaker put in?
Well, yeah. And a lot of that's got to do with the hot water opening up the pores in your skin, right? Or opening up the blood vessels in your skin at skin levels is why.
Yep, that's what I thought. You know that feeling you get when you've been running?
I'll
What's
have to
running?
look way back in memory for that one because I ain't running a long time.
You remember the thumping your pulse would have after you like jogged a short distance or whatever?
Yeah.
I've had that for 3 days straight. It's awkward. It feels awkward. I check my blood pressure like every day too, and the really strange thing is the numbers are equalizing to a more normal figure, even though I physically feel worse. I can't explain that.
What is the pulse rate?
About 85, roughly. But like before, like on my right arm, it'd be like 138 over like 85 or something. And then on the left side, it would have been like 126 over like 60 something or 70 something, which is, you know, grossly different. I took it yesterday and it was like 137 over 84 and 132 over like 79. So that was across right to left. So I thought, oh, well, the numbers are balancing out, but I still feel like shit. I've been going to bed with a heating pad on my shoulder every night too. That tends to help. Then I came into work this morning and I'm staring at two 61-pound machines I have to build and lift. I'm in a delightful mood. And my cards still haven't arrived. And the guy I emailed Friday hasn't answered me yet. Little frustrated. Still on damn temporary. But anyway, I noticed that Smeggy and Angry were like, they're the kinds of people who will watch game shows from the 70s on game show TV. Play along. He had no faith in me in the final. There it is.
Did you win the quiz thing on Saturday?
Well, I did by proxy for Arnold because he had trouble getting in. So I was like, I'll play for him. I wasn't going to play at all because I didn't want to like annoy people because I usually win the dailies or whatever. So I was like, it's probably not good if I join the inaugural. But then G was like, just do it, dude. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. I did that from bed, by the way.
Yeah, I passed out pretty hard that night.
No, it's just I couldn't sit up for more than like 20 minutes. So like I would sit there, I'd listen to the questions. Like I had a really hard time with I think the visuals because I was so far away from my screen.
When the hell are they doing follow-up shit on you, man?
I don't know. I really don't know. Like I might just stroll into the emergency room today and just be like, look, I need someone to look at me like right now.
Because with me, when I was younger, they drug it out for a long freaking time, and then after they did the first stress test, he sent me right from his office to the fucking hospital.
Yeah.
Because they still have trouble figuring that somebody who isn't morbidly overweight, who's in their mid-30s, is having a fucking heart problem.
That's the weird thing, right? It's like the one. My house is strange, man. Like I'll sit down and tell my dad what's going on, and he looks genuinely terrified. And then I'll sit there and I'll tell my mom what's going on, and she'll give me this look like I'm making this shit up. And I'm like, you know, if I said this once or twice, maybe you could think that. But I've been saying this shit since November. And I was like, that should at least make you think that the boy is not crying for wolves. There are actually wolves out there right now. I don't know. I'm starting to think that one of the pills my dad gave me has like a strange side effect of lucid dreaming too. I've been having some
Side effect of what?
one of the pills he's giving me. I've been having some bizarre dreams, like really vivid, really detailed. I'm like in control with my consciousness. It's fucking weird. Like the thing with the dog a couple of weeks back, that was strange as hell to me.
That's a common side effect of something like Chinix.
Right, that's what I was thinking, but I don't take anything like that. I haven't smoked in months.
I have a particular sleep disorder, so I do not ever dream. Never.
Oh, because once you finally fall asleep, you're just out.
Right. Yeah, I go straight into deep sleep from awake. No REM ever.
Yeah, I told myself last night, I was like, I'm gonna go to bed early because I thought I was having fatigue really bad. Because every night I would try to go to bed early on the weekend, and I'd end up going to bed at like 1 in the morning, one time 3 in the morning. So then yesterday I was like, fuck it, I'm going to bed early. I walked away from my computer, turned off my TV, and the next thing I know, it's 2 in the morning. I'm like, God damn it.
Well, you can't make yourself sleep. I mean, when I went to the sleep clinic the first time, they gave me 6 fucking Ambien and then sent me home. I would not go to sleep. Then the second time, they had me stay awake for 48 hours before I came in so I could sleep.
Yeah.
I slept for about 40 minutes. And the doctor said that's kind of the damnedest thing I ever seen in the EEG is that it was on and alert and then off.
Out.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you stay awake 2 days and see what the fuck happens to you, man.
I've done that before.
Shall see how Flynn's saying he's going to invoke his Fifth Amendment rights.
Well, I mean, isn't that what everybody does? I mean, I can't say it's necessarily surprising.
Yeah, I'm sure the media will blow it out of proportion, though.
Well, they had no problem when everybody for the past 8 years was doing it. So I don't understand what the difference is now.
I want to know about this Saudi Arabian arms deal.
It was like $120 billion for 10 years.
Yeah, I want that deal. I want to know what that deal entails.
Deal that shouldn't have been made, in my opinion. Those guys fund more terrorism than any other state.
they're gonna buy from us, and then what? It's just gonna find its way into ISIS hands, right?
No, that
Spending
would never
terrorism,
happen.
Arizona.
No, Saudi Arabia.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm assuming they'll use it against Iran or Israel, one of the two.
Faster and Furiouser. Maybe they'll call this arms deal the Riyadh Drift or something.
Saw a pretty funny meme today on Instagram. It was Trump and the Saudi king and some other guy I didn't recognize. And they were like touching the seeing eye stone from Lord of the Rings. And they were like, we might not know who has the other stones. Who could be on the other end?
Putin.
Yeah. I was like, that's probably in Hillary Clinton's closet.
It's right next to her new mail server. It powers her new mail server.
Yeah, she's got that in her closet right beside her Ouija board.
I thought you were gonna say next to her weed.
But you said weave. I was like, oh, the weave from like Bill Clinton's prostitute from Saturday Night.
And all her voodoo dolls of Billy's conquests.
Hillary's mail server, her direct line to Saudi Arabia, Michelle Obama's, Wayne Brady's wig.
I got in an argument with one of my friends the other night who's big time Clinton supporter. And like, I just pointed out all this shit she got herself into. And the best he could come back with is just emojis. I was like, see, this is why Trump won.
That's when I read comments on various articles and whatnot. That's what you see, the antis and the left resort to all the time. Fucking name calling.
It's because they have no arguments.
Just name calling.
It's like they have no argument, but they can't like not lose in their mind, so they just say random shit like that.
You can't lose in your mind when you've already lost your mind.
That's true.
I got a suggestion. Let's fire Trump, put me in his place, and the first thing I'll institute is bounty on the left. $25 a year.
We should do Angry. I finally saw The Sun, by the way. I watched it, all 8 episodes so far. We should do what they do in that movie, or in that show. Round up a posse. Take it out. Street justice.
Oh, yes, and incidentally, it's double the bounty if you don't use a gun.
All I remember was I saw a Lewis gun,
Just to prove the point.
handle Mauser, and I think a Remington Model 8. That show is awesome. Awesome.
Someone made a
Still kicking on buying that fucking sporterized Mauser I saw at the gun shop. It's exactly what the fuck I want.
somebody was saying all those people that walked out on Mike Pence's commencement speech. They're like, yeah, have fun when you have to start paying taxes for shit you don't use, and you get mad at your boss and walk out on your job.
Let's see how that works out for him.
Did you hear about Cuomo asking for government assistance?
Right.
So
That only applies if they actually pay taxes.
So he's asking for government assistance, but just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, he was saying that he was the new voice of the resistance.
If you don't pay taxes, what the fuck do you care?
So what does he need government assistance for? State broke?
Something like that. I forgot the actual details, but
Who
I just
is?
thought it was really funny that he was screaming that he was the leader of the resistance. And he turns around and asks for government aid for state.
Well, that's what they
Ooh.
want, so Como.
He's going to run for president in 2020.
Go for it.
Yeah, just what the Dems want, another old white male.
Who the hell is it?
That's perfect.
They're so diverse.
This is the next guy that's going to lose to The Rock.
The Rock and Tom Hanks.
Yeah. What are they cooking?
Nope, man. The only one I'm interested in is this motorized Mauser.
Cooking up a box of
Did you hear
chocolates.
who the fuck they was talking about?
All I know is Como's
They
little
said
brother,
Tomo like 20 times.
the guy on CNN, he's a fucking idiot.
It's a global conspiracy.
Like he had some guy on there talking about like the transgender bathrooms and whatnot. And the guy who was arguing against him, he was like, so what do I tell my daughter, my 8-year-old daughter, when she goes in the locker room and there's a boy's penis sitting right there? And Como's like, well, your daughter needs to be more tolerant. It's like, or you could just not have penises in girls' locker room.
And now they're wanting to make all health insurers cover gender correction.
Well, they,
Fucking gender
Not allowed.
correction.
That's an
They
elective
should-
for
surgery.
Magnum.
well, they should do it like they do with like all obese people. They should have to pay more for their insurance if they're going to be just doing essentially vanity surgeries.
Oh, that's what they're trying to do. Like everything else, they're trying to redesignate it. What it is.
Didn't Ron White say it
As
best?
a medical.
You can be a 650-pound fat fuck. Why don't you just go for the record?
Well, see, the thing I can see that happening is that's going to be considered a plastic surgery,
Yeah, elective surgery shouldn't be covered.
and it's not like like when I go to the dermatologist, that shit's not covered by insurance because it's considered almost like a vanity service and not a health service.
Nope on the Springfield either, just Mauser. It's the only one I got any interest in. And I can't really tell you why, because I don't know. It's just something I wanted for my whole damn life, or adult life. I want a 30-06 Mauser.
Chocolate.
And then there was a Cuchillo.
Hey, Knives.
Hello, motherfucker.
You're up awfully early.
What's up, guys?
So how's the revolution going in California?
What revolution? They keep hiding the papers away from us.
Oh,
Yeah, who got a zip
snuck
out?
out all. I see that somebody snuck out all the DOJ's new rules on whatever the hell classifications are for rifles and whatnot there. No, I ain't particularly into mill surf either. I just wanted one built on the Mauser action.
My buddy's trying to buy one of those Tokarevs off a Classic. He thinks that all 300 are already sold out. Imagine that.
Well, if they were reasonably priced, you'd think they'd have sold out in the first day or two.
$199.
300 ain't that damn many. Yeah, 300 ain't that damn many.
They don't come with holsters. But some of them are in really good shape. I could have bought one, but I went and freaking bought a pixel ship instead, like an idiot. Although I did have a lot of fun with it when I played it.
Have you bought the freaking Shockwave yet?
No. PSA has them listed and it says cannot ship to Texas or Ohio. What?
Move to California, you can get one here.
Isn't that crazy? You can have one there in Texas. Even though my FFL sold 10 in one day. It's really weird too because it's like I go to several FFLs and their opinion is divided on it. It's like some of them are like, oh yeah, they're just hard to get. And the other ones are like, you can't have that. I'm like, what? What do you mean I can't have that? There's a letter that comes with it. What letter ain't no good here in Texas? Good God. And the really funny thing is even though they're all vehemently opposed to it, I'm like, well, legalities aside, would you have it? And every one of them was like, fuck yeah, I'd have one.
Yeah, well, isn't Mossberg in Texas?
Your guess is as good as mine.
So, what's in the news today?
Trump was spotted in Israel wearing a yarmulke. Is that what that's called?
I guess.
Yeah,
Visited the
yarmulke.
West Wall.
Nah, that's just his fucking hair.
That could also be true. I did see Melania didn't wear a headscarf when she was in Saudi Arabia, so kudos to her.
Yeah, you're right. Well, no, sorry. Mossberg is expanded, Maverick Arms, and Eagle Pass, Texas.
Yes, the Springfield is a clone of the Mauser action, but it's not a Mauser. Sorry.
Oh, I guess Mossberg is an Eagle Pass also. There you go.
All right, I'm back.
Wait, maybe not.
Hey, Nick Drake.
So the hell what?
Hey, Night Strike.
What's up, Nice?
I heard you were talking shit on your little podcast.
North Haven, Connecticut's where they're at.
I'm always talking shit.
Oh, yeah. Fuck you, Night Strike.
Some bitch, that was easy. Well, you're getting to slip them fucks right out there, Knives.
Nah,
Yeah.
man. Fucking Night Strike was talking shit on his little podcast.
Little.
Yeah,
He
well,
wasn't lying when he said he's always talking shit.
I wasn't lying. Transparency.
I look at it this way, man. If you're talking about me, you're leaving somebody else alone.
So Sean, how about that morning Quark edition?
Yeah. Huh?
How about that morning Quark edition?
That's fine. I'm not all here today. Sorry.
When are you ever all here?
It's been a rough couple of days, so.
Someone kick another dog down the stairs or something?
No. Although I did read an article from Brandon about this really crazy Romanian thing that they do, tradition thing that they do. They take a dog, right, and they put it over an icy river, and they wrap a rope around its waist, and they spin the rope nice and tight around its waist. They claim it doesn't hurt the animal, but it's clearly that they hurt the animal. Anyway, they wind up this rope, and then they let go, and this dog spins at like really high speed, and then drops into the river. And supposedly, it's some sort of ritual thing to drive out what is it, Lyme disease and ticks or something like that. Some crazy shit. Yeah, some crazy bullshit like that, right? And they're like, oh yeah, the animals aren't really harmed or anything. The thing they don't tell you is half the animals die of drowning because they're so dizzy and disoriented that they can't swim to the surface in time.
Well, some cultures are better than others.
Well, what's fucked up is they outlawed it. Like it was in Bulgaria, I think it is. They outlawed that practice, but it's not enforced, so they're still doing it.
Hey, if it works.
They sig braced it basically. They're not enforcing shit. Yeah.
That's good. I like that one. Sig braced it.
I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah, when you don't feel good, nothing goes your way. Like, I'm really short-tempered right now. I'm frustrated as hell.
Aside from what? Not being short-tempered?
Well, I don't know if I want to hurt your feelings or anything, but I beat you on that quiz from bed. That's where I was pretty much all weekend.
Yeah, but then but Too Hottie beat you.
Yes, he did.
So it doesn't
Very
matter that you beat me. It's just the factor that you didn't win. So I'm
I did
vindicated either way.
I did win. I smoked him in the final.
Ah,
But I did totally bomb that yellow pistol. I think that was a Taurus.
I don't subscribe to yellow pistols.
Well, I only knew of two, and I said the other one. And then G was like, "Didn't you say it?" And I'm like, "No, I said the other one." It's your fault. Fuck up. I was like 15 feet away trying to squint at the screen.
Fuck them, Smegs, if they can't take a joke.
I could see that from here, Snaggy. That's pretty funny. I may have gotten beat, but you got beat more times than I did. I don't know. Hey, you know that game show where it's got that heavy-set British dude, and like this chick is asking questions to a contestant, and they answer so many questions, and when they stop, they have this little slider that goes up, and then like this British dude gets asked the questions, and every time he gets one right, the slider moves down or whatever.
The weakest link?
No. It's like The Chase or something like that. It's got some weird name, but it's got this obnoxious British guy, and like the dude from Sliders, his wife hosts the show, if I'm not mistaken.
Which dude from Sliders? There were a couple.
The main guy.
We told you
I
we'd
didn't-
still be here.
Yes, we're still here.
I do not lie.
Neither do I.
I may
At least
bend
not
a
on
living
this.
shit out of the truth, but I don't lie.
Yeah, it's called The Chase. That's what it is.
Wasn't that also a movie?
I think so.
No. It was a
Unfortunate
song.
part is if you show back up here at about 3 or 3:30 in the afternoon, we'll still freaking be here probably.
Yeah, it's called The Chase. Brooke Burns is the
Well, thank you, Smegs.
host.
No. The Chase reminds me of a song that was in the movie Midnight Express. Sorry, random movie of the day. Not really even a gun movie, just a movie in general.
God damn it! I saw a movie the other day that I thought made a good gun movie of the day.
And you forgot
I
it.
don't remember what the hell it was.
You're slipping.
I've been slipping for 20 freaking years.
Well, you said it, not me. At least the 20 years part.
That's definitely the show. I'm thinking. Anyway, I'm starting to think that G was going to turn it into that. Like he's going to be like, look, I need you or Angry or Scotty or Matt to join in. I'm like, why? We're going to do this game show where everyone's going to start asking you questions and we're going to give them 30 seconds to answer it. And if you can't answer it in 30 seconds, then that contestant gets a point. Whoever has as many points at the end of the game wins it, you know?
I did not like the dramatic pause at the end, Sean.
Huh.
With the gun designers.
Oh, sorry.
That angered me so much.
I figured it would trigger somebody. Though I will humbly admit, I brain farted for a split second. I was like, I just kept thinking Jesus.
How could you forget John Moses
No.
Browning?
I was watching CN Arsenal earlier in the day, and I kept thinking Jesus because when he talks about John Moses Browning, he's like, welcome to the religion. Every time he mentions his name, and I'm like, Jesus? Well, that's not it. I had a come to Browning moment.
As a big bore revolver guy, are you allowed to have a come to Browning moment?
I don't know, because I'm more of a Horace Smith and Daniel Wesson guy. So
What the hell does Browning got to do
with what?
with anything? Big bore revolver. I mean,
Oh no! One of the questions on the show was name the designer of certain weapons. I picked all the hardest ones. Like I deliberately held off on the 1911 as last, and then I brain farted when I finally came back to it because I forgot the list. I'm like, oh, what was that? And she was like 1911. I'm like, Jesus. Like in my head.
Browning created a shitload more than just the 1911.
No.
Although that's all some people think about.
I still want to talk about the TV show The Sun because I finally watched it on Angry's insistence, and it was fantastic.
Is that the one with Pierce Brosnan?
Yeah, it's like one part There Will Be Blood, one part Romeo and Juliet, and one part Gangs of New York, I guess, a little bit.
That sounds pretty epic.
And one part spaghetti western. It's just like, it's fucking awesome. I'm glad I waited though, because I mean, I could not one by one episode that. I would go nuts.
I wonder if that's on Hulu.
It's on a website that I cannot name, but there's 8 episodes so far. It has. I saw a Lewis gun. I was like, oh my god! And then the same dude who fires the Lewis gun has a Mauser C96. I was like, oh my god! And
Yeah, I
then
saw
later on, Pierce Brosnan has a 35 Remington Model 8. I was like, oh my god!
Yeah, I saw the previews for it, and I thought it was supposed to be like a Western, but then I was like, no, he's got a Model 8. Those didn't come around till what, 1908, 1905?
Yeah, that show takes place just at the beginning of World War I.
Oh, okay.
But it's in Texas, which is still sort of a frontier territory. I mean, it's a state, I guess. But would you really call it that at that point?
You guys never watched the Roy Rogers show?
80.
Definitely
I
Western,
have.
although he has a Jeep.
Dude, and that fucking guy's son, Pete, when he lit up that Mexican chick with the lever action, oh my god. Like he was Chuck Connors for a split second. I mean, he just unloaded into her chest. I was like, holy shit.
So that would be like Brandon at the border unloaded
Freaking
into
Jerry
some
Mitchell
Mexicans.
speeds and shit. And I'm like, good god.
That's pretty freaking stupid, really, if you think about it. Don't be killing the pro-gun women.
No, she tried to kill like basically the stagehand for the Vaqueros or whatever. She took a shot at him. So then this dude Pete, which is Pierce Brosnan's son, that dude just unloaded it. Amazing.
Damn it, we don't have enough pro-gun women as it is.
We need more.
Totally smoked her. And I swear that chick who plays Ingrid, the young woman that plays Ingrid, I've seen her before. I don't know if it was in TV or in movies, but she's really hot with a German accent. I was like, oh my god.
Hang on, I got to go look and see if I can figure out what the hell this movie was I was looking at. Be right back.
Apparently, Sean, this series you're talking about starts pretty much in 1915.
It flashes back to his childhood like all the time though. So it's like you're watching two plots, and every once in a while they'll intersect, which is kind of cool. It's like if you've ever seen a movie called The Necessary Death of Charlie Countryman, which it's a Shia LaBeouf movie, but the story itself is really good. Pierce Brosnan has elements of that kid's abilities in that movie. It's really
By the
strange.
way, there's 2 episodes left to go
Yeah, for this season.
this season. I'm gonna wait until the full season's out and then watch it.
I was going to, but I was in bed all day Sunday, so I was like, I gotta do something. So I saw it and I flipped on, started watching it. And I'm like, oh, this is pretty good. And like the more it unfolded, the better it got. And it sort of deals with everything, border wars. It's like I would imagine, or they missed a golden opportunity to like introduce blackjack Pershing onto that show. They could have did it, but they didn't. Like, that kind of sucks. And then when they talk about it's a 10-hour drive to Austin, I was like, man, you drive a piece of shit. But there was no roads back then, so of course it was going to be difficult.
See what
She's
the hell
the
Smeggy
Spanish
posted
chick
here.
that Pete likes. Yeah, she's pretty hot. She's got that traditional, like, I don't know. It's like if you say traditional Mexican woman, she's that. She is like the quintessential definition of that. She looks like that. Very sexy. Oh yeah. Like there's this one part where this dude is trying to. He wants to meet Pierce Brosnan, and he invites him over under false pretenses, and it pisses him off. Like he gets so mad, he has like a little hallucination of him walking over and scalping this guy right at the table in a public restaurant setting. Like everyone's watching him do this. It's cool. Anyway, if you guys haven't seen it, watch it. Pub Film has it. That was the site, but Pub Film's got it. It's at the very bottom. 8 out of 10 episodes so far. Really good. Like that's one of those. That's a show I'm gonna buy the Blu-ray of later, like the box set or whatever. Definitely. I think my favorite character in this show so far is Neptune. That guy's such a badass. If you want to talk about pro-gun people, he's got it all, man.
I hate poachers too, man.
Actually, his granddaughter I've seen before too, but I don't remember where I saw her. TV show or movie or something. She's got a real old-fashioned look about her. Angry Girl of the Day, Paola Nunez. You're very welcome.
Scientists trying to make a 3D printed rhino horn. There you go, Smegs. Grind up your fingernails and mix them with that freaking filament. Print your rhino horn. Yeah, he's assembling crap at work, kill time.
Oh, that was my
But he
drill
doesn't-
making noise.
He doesn't use a good drill. It's not red.
And he says very acceptable. Yes.
I don't know what the hell he's working on. He's said, but I can't be bothered to remember.
Actually, you know, what the hell was that guy's name? Angry, the dude, Pete's son, the one that was there at the lynching or whatever. Doesn't he look like he could be the kid from, or the kid of? Trying to remember the actor's name. He was in the Iceman.
Exactly, not a Milwaukee.
Michael Shannon. Doesn't he look like he could be Michael Shannon's son? Like almost exact same face. I'm like, holy shit. He's not, but I mean, he just looks just like him. This dude's name is Shane Graham, but he looks just like Michael Shannon. Just a younger version. It's insane. Like, it's so uncanny. Anyway. Wasn't exactly a movie of the day, but for a show, it's fantastic. I just creeped out angry. Woohoo!
Good job.
Women, they cloud the mind. It's a Michael Shannon quote. I had a girl once. I'm like, that's great, dude.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with girls. They're fun to play with.
Okay. Stop that. Let's try not kill gun channels dating for today, okay?
It's you that's taking it in the gutter, not me.
I did not say anything bad this time.
Hey, all I know is there is a individual of the female persuasion in gun channels now, so let's not break it. By the way, Smeggy got 2 of my videos copyrighted.
Yes.
Both of my chats from the weekend got copyright dinged for his epic rap battles playing through the microphone. I was like, of all things to get dinged with, and what's really fucked up is like how accurate the copyright notices are. I mean, they came instantly, you know, like I clicked over and it was just like, this has been flagged for copyright violation. I'm like, what? And I looked at it and it shows you what tune, who the license holder is, and at exactly what point in your video it is. And like one of them was 3 seconds worth of audio. I'm like, well, I guess I can't do the Dr. No thing for even the orchestra strike in the beginning.
Way to go, Smeg.
It's all right. They were like, it's not against your account. I'm like, okay. And it was like, if you don't want to dispute this, you don't have to do anything. And I'm like, I'm not going to do shit then anyway. Fuck it. Just leave it.
And what YouTube will do, they'll just remove the audio. All of it.
Well, they said I could try to remove just that clip. So I clicked the button and it was like, YouTube cannot edit this video. I'm like, whatever.
Because it's an 8-hour video, YouTube won't edit a video longer than an hour.
Yeah, it would take them way too long to seek and destroy, I guess. I'm just assuming that their machines like sniff out sounds or whatever, you know, like someone didn't sit there and watch it. There's no way.
Well, now, Hugs, I will leave that up to your imagination. I'm not going to travel down that particular path.
Uh-oh. Not going down the rabbit hole today.
No, I'm not.
They're just joking. Don't run away in terror. Most people do. All right, let's see here. Here we go.
Like I said, I'll leave that solely up to you. I'm not taking it any farther than I already did.
Uh-oh. Play cards, right? Girls are fun to play cards with. No, they aren't. They cheat at cards. Maggie says.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Apparently, Smeggy's been burned one too many times playing cards with women.
Well, that isn't exactly cheating, Smeg, so much as it's just being a chicken.
Yeah.
Or renege. Hell, I was thinking log.
And Angry says he doesn't cheat at cards except that one time at Uno. And I have to ask, how do you cheat at Uno? That's one of those out there games.
Damn,
Some people are
he
just-
plays euchre? Holy shit.
Some people are just not able to understand what a left bower is.
I know how to play bridge. So, yeah.
I play hearts and gin,
I play that one too.
which was funny because when I was in high school, teachers wouldn't let kids play blackjack and poker. They would take your deck of cards and write you up, right? But I would take 3 other people and we'd start playing hearts. And my teacher would look at me and she goes, "What are you doing? Are you gambling?" I'm like, "No, we're playing hearts." I was like, "It's really hard to gamble, 2-on-2 with hearts." She was like, "My grandmother used to play that game." And I'm like, "So is it cool?" She's like, "Well, it wouldn't be fair to the other people. I keep taking their cards away with playing poker and shit." I'm like, "Did you just say shit?"
I would have called them out and reported them.
Like I would play gin 1-on-1 if there was nobody else to play. And what was really funny is there was a couple of people in my class who knew how to play both. So it was strange. It was like you could tell who had grandparents.
I'll bet you $50 we
school
aren't gambling.
That would have been funny. Are you guys gambling? Bet you 50 I'm not. What was really cool is the teacher that I had that asked us, she was not really a looker. But I remember somebody brought this up, and ever since they told me that, I paid really close attention. So when I was on the yearbook staff of my graduating year, I put that message in there. But this English teacher that I had, she never, ever wore the same outfit twice. Ever. Which was weird because, I was in that school for 4 years, and I never once saw her wear the same outfit twice. I'm like, your closet must be gigantic.
Maybe she didn't have a washing machine. Who knows?
Who knows?
Nah, she wasn't like all stank ass or anything. I mean, she was freaking. I guess she was the '90s version of a fashionista. But she wasn't a looker or anything. She was just like Sarah Plainenthal type of person. But yeah, she never wore the same outfit twice. She never wore the same shoes twice. Like, holy shit. Either your husband owns Saks or you just have a fucking closet the size of the Astrodome.
This lady is what I would consider extremely high maintenance.
I don't know. She let me play cards. That's cool enough.
That's probably what it was, Hugs.
I don't care how much money I got. If the woman that I'm with is not washing her freaking clothes or wearing shoes more than once, we're gonna have an issue.
The
I'll
only
wear
thing this
my
teacher was
damn
missing.
shoes until they fall apart.
The only thing my teacher was missing at that time was she never changed. She never wore the same outfit twice. She never wore the same shoes twice. And it would have been just fucking awesome if I went out to the parking lot one day and saw that she drove like an Alfa Romeo Spider or something. I'd be like, God damn, you have taste.
You really kind of follow her and your gun choices, don't you? You don't hardly ever use the same gun twice.
No.
Ooh, this has got gunpowder residue on it. Gotta get a new one.
Fuck no. I do clean them after I shoot them though.
I think Tony might be onto something.
I just don't like coon rings on my wheel gun.
Her guy had money. You're assuming that she wasn't.
She was married.
Okay.
See?
She married to a guy.
Yes.
You know, teachers can be progressive.
No, she had a
A
dude.
guy named Shirley.
Not
No,
in
she had a
schools in the 90s, I'll tell you that.
She had a picture of him on her desk, so she had a dude.
That doesn't mean nothing. It could have come in one of the many purses she had.
No, she did. She did have the same couple of purses.
Oh my God, Doug.
Wow.
Anyway,
I don't know. I would, unless I seen them in an actual embrace. I don't know that I would buy that shit.
all I remember was the year after hers, I had a different English, or my friend had an English teacher that was next door to her, so I would come and visit him because I was right across the hall. And this new English teacher was like 26, and she was like ultra hot, and her husband's name or her boyfriend's name was Dink. He was like this Tommy Lee wannabe kind of super drummer dude. I think she did eventually marry him. She referred to him as Dink.
That's a good start.
I'm not gonna touch that. Not while there's a lady present.
Nope, I'm going to be on my best behavior.
Where's the lady at?
I'm not gonna be on my best behavior, but there's one I jump on.
Sean, is that you? That sounds like Lord Vader's right over your shoulder.
Yeah, that's Sean.
No,
I'm
that's
sitting in
not
between
Lord
two
Vader.
things.
Sean's also using a drill.
Yeah, I figured.
Trying to do it
Or he could be
quiet.
the Dark Lord of the Sith. You never know. That's how he wins all them quizzes. He uses that Jedi mind trick.
Yeah.
Here you go, Sean. Here's what real power, red power, sounds like.
All right, let's stop measuring our power tools.
And just like Tony, his drill is out of battery juice.
all I've got is this.
Damn.
That sounds like a Ryobi, low power.
Oh, it is mine. Down a few notches. There you go. There you go.
That's all red, Milwaukee.
Mine is just a cheap porter cable. Though mine's a impact.
I got the
wrench.
Harbor Freight drill with all this tools.
Mine was an actual drill. It's an impact wrench.
So is mine, a half-inch Milwaukee Impact.
All right, don't make me go outside and start up my Oshkosh and embarrass all of you.
You and your pneumatics.
I always wanted one of those from like the 60s. I don't know why.
$18.50 grill.
He'll call it his. What's worse is he'll call it his frontier bayonet.
Too far,
Oh,
Sean.
God.
Too far.
Yeah, we're gonna scare the women away from this channel now.
I would not do that because honestly, screw that. Plus, I don't have anything older than like I don't know 1950s.
I don't think we got to worry about tearing hugs off power tools because she knew I meant Milwaukee when I said it ain't red.
Ooh.
I got to give you props for that one. My old lady who walks by these 10 times a day would not have got that one right.
I think we scared her off. Took a while.
Okay.
Either that or she works in a place where other people might pop in and she doesn't want to hear or other people to hear what she listens to.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, you're into guns? Holy, I don't know you.
This is definitely not suitable for work.
What would be hilarious is if she worked at a gun range. Nobody would say that ever. Oh my God, you're listening. You're talking about guns. Then the next question is, how do I join?
I joined. There you go.
My company is awkward. Only 2 people here carry. Me and the guy in the very back. Everyone else is kind of... They're not squeamish of guns. They're just not into them at all. Like, they don't have an opinion of them. They're not against them. My boss loves the fact that I carry. He doesn't think he can handle it.
My eldest carries at her medical, or shit. Shut up, Connor. You're fucking up my train of thought. My eldest listens to this at her medical office. And when she first asked, I said, do not listen to this on speakers because it is not suitable for your workplace.
Well, sometimes. Like if we talked about,
Just in
shit hit the fan bags or what we would pack in our day medical or 1 day medical kit type of a thing, that would actually be useful.
I'm talking about the fucking saying fuck every time you get a fucking chance to.
I don't know what you're fucking talking about.
Well, that's your fucking problem.
Well, fuck.
I am trying to temper my language a little bit because my granddaughter's starting to pick up some of the words that I don't understand at school.
That's okay. It just means you're raising it right. If you shelter them from these things, they're just going to learn them from someone else, and that someone else is probably going to teach her things that you don't want her to learn other than cuss words. So.
Well, I wanted to learn to cuss right.
Well, yeah, it's like teach them early that it's just like gun safety. There's a time and a place and a use. Like my dad used to say, people who spew off profanities all the time, just, they lack a vocabulary to choose a better word. And I'm like, no, sometimes fuck is the perfect word to describe what you're going through or what you're feeling or what you're, doing. But,
Welcome back. All right, stop using the F word, you fuckers.
There you go. It's just, sometimes that profanity is the right choice of word,
Yeah, well, when she was trying to get the cat out of her chair, she said, move, you stupid son of a bitch.
What? And how old is she?
I'm like, oh, I know where she got that.
Bringing them up right. You brought them up right when you hand them a sippy cup. They think it's apple juice, and you give them orange juice. And they're like, what the fuck is this?
You don't serve me this shit without vodka.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Wait a minute. I told you that story, right? About when I was a little kid, my dad. Okay. You can stop me if you've heard this before, but I'm going to go ahead and tell this story because I think Hugs will find it funny too. So, when I was a little boy, way 33 years ago, and I went to kindergarten, I would come home and the bus stop was in the middle of the apartment complex we lived in. Bus stop. So the bus would drop us off there. I'd have to walk halfway across the complex and then up to my apartment. So every day when I got home, my mom would leave a little glass. It was enough where you could pour like 4 fingers of scotch into it and it would look proportionally right to the height of the glass. You know, it's about 4 inches tall. She would have a little glass of ice water at the front at the kitchen table every day when I got home. One day my dad took a day off of work and he dropped my mom off at the mall to do the shopping. So it was just him and then me when I got home. She told my dad, don't forget to leave him a drink at the front of the table, right? Well, he must have had a bad day or something because he came home early. And when she told him that, he took the glass, poured out the water, poured pure vodka straight out of the freezer into the glass. So when I came home, I saw this ice cold glass of what I thought was water. I grabbed it. I was like, hi, Dad. Grabbed the glass and just downed it.
Oh, my God.
And proceeded to be a human flamethrower for like the next 30 seconds. And he was dying laughing. He was like, that's so funny. He's like, you drank the whole thing. And I was like, yep. And I was like, now you got to clean all that up too.
I did that same fucking thing with moonshine when I was about 13.
He could have lit my breath on fire when I downed that shit. Blue chunks all over the kitchen floor.
Oh, God.
Dad had to clean all that up.
I didn't throw up because I had already been used to drinking. So I had never downed moonshine before, though, and it was interesting.
I used to use white lightning to disinfect cuts. I had one of those little 4-ounce travel bottles, and I kept it in the med kit.
If you ain't ever seen it, real moonshine is crystal freaking clear.
Yeah. Yeah, like the Everclear bottle is, or I think they call it White Lightning, but it's such a plain looking bottle too. It's just like this clear glass bottle with this old fashioned label from like the 1930s and design on it. It just says Everclear, White Lightning, pure grain alcohol. Don't worry though, if you guys heard my story on the chat. I got my dad back. One day I made him an omelet and I chopped an entire ghost chili pepper into it.
Good.
He likes
Nice.
spicy food, so.
When it happened to me, it wasn't something that my folks did on purpose. They were sitting around with the neighbors playing cards, drinking moonshine, and I just walked up to the table where my mom and stepdad were standing. The glass was there, and I said, "Can I have a drink?" And my mom said, "Yeah," not thinking. She said she wasn't thinking.
That's a good one.
How old were you?
I was 13.
Oh. Yeah, when I was in high school, my parents would buy beer for me. I wanted beer.
That explains a lot, doesn't it?
By the time I was 13, I downed that whole thing of Everclear without checking, so I was already well accustomed to boozing.
Well, my parents did have some rules when I did drink. They said, okay, you and your friends can drink at the house, but they have to stay at the house and they can't go home until, after it's out of their system. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, until it's long enough for that person to.
So they have to stay the night. And I'm like, that's cool with me. And they're like, we're down.
We used to grab one of our friends, his older brothers, to buy us booze, take up to the drive-in. We'd ride up on our bicycles to get drunker and shit and try to figure out how we could get home.
Yeah,
Son of a bitch.
I didn't ever drink and drive, and neither did any of my friends. So it was all right. My parents were pretty cool about that.
It's not driving drunk, it's driving awesome.
Sean, it's driving and getting in trouble. That's what it is.
Listen, I don't slur my speech. I'm just speaking in cursive.
You know that doesn't work. I've seen people try that, and it does not work.
I told my dad
know,
that
back-
once. He almost died laughing.
Back when I was 16, 17, 18 years old, the drinking and driving wasn't near the crime it is today. If you wasn't swerving all over the road or anything stupid like that, they would usually just tell you to fucking go home. But I was never one to drink and drive because I never had the freaking money.
Smeggy says he didn't really drink until after he was 21. I never drank beer until I was 28. Like, all I drank before was scotch, whiskey, bourbon, which is all basically the same thing. And occasionally rum, but I drank mixed drinks and shit most of my late teens, early 20s. And then I just never find a beer that I like the flavor of. And then one day I went on a trip to Belgium, and that all changed.
I started with beer, and then I went to bourbon, whiskey, and then, moonshine, because I was in Kentucky, okay? If you don't try moonshine in Kentucky, you're not doing it right.
Well, that or Pappy Van Winkle. That is nectar of the gods. You have to win a lottery to get a bottle. Like, they choose you because it's so limited in production, which is insane. But I had a friend who's a bottle collector, and I was telling him I wanted to get my dad something special for Christmas, so he sold me a bottle. It was expensive, like $700 or some shit. But he loved it. That's cool. He never had it before. He never even heard of it. I was like, try it. So it's kind of special. And then while he was drinking it, you could just see his like eyes roll back in his head. He goes, "Man, that's good bourbon." I'm like, "Yeah, it is, isn't it?" And then I showed him Justified. He watched the whole series. He's like, "Man, that was a good show." He's like, "Man, is this how you found out about Pappy Van Winkle?" I'm like, "Admittedly so, yes. But I thought you'd like it anyway." Totally worth it. The look on his face was totally worth it. That, and he stayed away from my bottle of Excelsior after that for a while. I paid $7,000 for that. My buddy tried to show off because he works at this place called Total Wine and Spirits. It's here in town. I think they're all over the country, to be honest. But
They are. There's one over here, too.
he's a registered sommelier, but they put him into spirits anyway instead of wines, which I thought was a bit odd. But he was trying to show off this bottle of the Macallan. It's got a person's name on the bottle instead of saying the Macallan. It's called something else. But it's $20,000.
Whoa.
And I read the label, right? And I'm like, okay, something has to make this special. It was barreled in 1973. It was aged 15 years, and it was put in a bottle in 1986. And he was like, "Oh, this is some awesome stuff. It's so old, da-da-da-da." And I'm like, "Dude, it only sat in a barrel for 15 years. It says it right on the bottle." I'm like, "It's been bottle aging since 1986." And I'm like, or 1988. And I'm like, "Is it really that special when it bottle ages over the barrel?" And he's like, "Now that you mention it, I'm not sure." So then I showed him my bottle of Excelsior. It was bottled in 1940, I think. Or it was barreled since 1940. It was bottled in 1999 or some shit. And I'm like, that is a good scotch. And that was only $7,500. I'm like, someone's grandfather made this. That's what I like.
Only $7,500.
Well, I mean, considering its age and that the recipe is no longer made, it's no longer duplicated because most of the distilleries that were put into the process of making it are gone. But anyway. Sorry, it was bottled in 97. That's my graduation year. I got it. Anyway, which is 20 years to the day. Good shit,
97.
though. Really good shit. It comes in like this foggy black bottle. It's shaped like, I don't know, something out of Lord of the Rings. Weird. It's so good though. I drink that on super special occasions, which are few and far between.
Yeah, super occasions like this could have bought me 500
This was
Magnum.
before I was into guns. This was just out of high school. Can't sell an open bottle now. I don't think anybody'd buy it. Besides, it's already like a third of the way gone. I don't care. Actually, the one drink that I'd love to try, it's from Johnny Walker. It's called the Diamond Jubilee. It was made for Queen Elizabeth's diamond anniversary or whatever. And the whole bottle looks like one gigantic diamond. It was carved out of, I think, Swarovski crystal. And I think they only made 3 bottles of it, maybe 5. I know she has 2 of them, and I know this like oil baron in Saudi Arabia has 1 of them for sure. I think it was 5 bottles. Maybe it's more than that. But those are the only 3 that I know of. 2 that the Queen has, and then 1 that's or Saudi Arabian dude's got.
Well, welcome to Booze Channels. I mean,
Spirit channels. Give it the class it deserves.
Spirit. Yeah, welcome to Spirit Channels, otherwise known as Alcoholics Anonymous.
Well, the last I remember, that bottle of Diamond Jubilee was like $300,000, or at least it was
paying that
valued
much
at
for booze.
For something that ends up in a good buzz and a piss, just like JB would.
I don't think the guy who bought it drinks it, to be honest. But if he does, I mean, at least he can tell you what it's like. But if you look it up, Johnny Walker Diamond Jubilee, just look at the bottle; it'll blow your mind. The detail in it, it's crazy. I'd love to try it though. I heard the Queen and her entire family drink 1 glass each at Christmas or something like that before she does the Christmas radio broadcast or whatever, or what she used to. Her and Philip and like their extended family or whatever. That'd be cool. All done. It's the last thing I gotta do today. No more drilling for the rest of the day. Woo-hoo.
Yeehaw.
Yeah. Diamond Jubilee and a Cabot Meteorite 1911. Holy shit! I should just call them and be like, I have a piece of the Titanic. I'd like you to make me a 1911 out of it.
Is it a metal piece of the Titanic?
Yeah. There's a company that makes watches out of rare materials, and they made several watches out of hull pieces of the Titanic that were brought up. They're like $30,000 each or something, and they look like wrecks. Like they deliberately look like twisted steel, you know, on the watch face or whatever.
I don't think I want a 1911 made out of a ship that hundreds of people died on.
Yeah,
That's a little too out there for me, Sean.
Oh, come on, man. You can have one of those. Okay, wait. That's not fair, is it? You can have a Webley revolver made out of the piece of Titanic. You can have a Walther made out of a piece of the Bismarck. You can have a Nambu made out of a piece of the Yamato. Woohoo! That'd be creepy.
I would rather have a 1911 made out of Yamato.
I was gonna say something about a 1911 out of something, but it would be extremely disrespectful, so I'm not gonna say it. I would say that you can make it out of the bumper that Jimmy Hoffa turned into.
Yeah.
But now that I think about it, I guess that would be incredibly offensive.
I'm pretty sure Jimmy Hoffa was turned into dog food instead.
Oh man, I heard he's supposedly on the 50th, like what, Giant Stadium or some bullshit.
Yeah.
He's buried in concrete.
Maybe it's like Men in Black. He's not dead. He just went home. Kidding.
Right, just like
He did
Elvis.
go back into the earth.
In one form or another. Oh man.
Yeah, he's in a foundation somewhere in Detroit. Can you narrow that down, little Smegs?
Foundation's the word, Detroit. Yeah, that sounds about right.
We'll go
Part of
find
the
him.
Packard plant.
Make ourselves a new TV show. Finding Hoffa.
Hey, this might just be it.
Didn't they make a TV show about that already?
Probably.
Probably did.
Probably.
Tequila is a great panty evaporator for the ladies.
Oh my god, you can't believe it.
That's based on years of clinical research.
Even if Jimmy Hoffa was still alive, and I'm not saying that he is because he'd be old as fucking dirt.
Maybe he's running the bar with Adolf Hitler in Argentina or whatever.
Yeah, maybe in like the 80s.
It wasn't my joke,
No.
man. I was just relaying it.
Even if Jimmy Hoffa didn't die, he'd be dead by now. He'd be over 100 years old.
Yeah. You double back. My grandfather was born the same year the Titanic sank.
14?
No, 12.
Was
In
12.
1912.
1912. My grandfather lived to be like 91.
Back then they built these people to last. Nowadays, I blame McDonald's, damn it.
My grandmother, however, is 95. So
I love to
She's-
sit around and talk to elderly folks, especially that have lived like locally, and they can tell you what the area was like back before, much expansion had taken place.
I had I guess you would call it a life experience like that, where for anybody, it's like if you're around old folks, talk to them because they're going to share things with you that'll be lost to the ages if you don't,
Hold on just a second here. I got to interject here. Fuck you, Smeggy.
Anyway, when I was a little kid, I went to South Padre Island in Texas, down south, and we took this picture of this one spot. And then I went back like 2 years ago, and you can see how much it's changed, like the physical erosion of the beach, It's like,
Wow,
now imagine
Smeggy,
doing that with
that's
somebody
harsh.
3 generations older than you.
Sean, did you see what Smeggy said?
Just talk to a mirror.
Wow, that's
I'm not
harsh.
I'm not elderly, you fucking stack of snowflakes. I'm just old. I don't get elderly for another 9 years.
I don't know. Some would argue that you're considered elderly the day you get your first Social Security payment, which means I know some 29-year-old people.
I thought you
I
were
get
old once you got a
that.
pacemaker.
No, because I know a baby that had one of those put in.
Yeah.
Which was odd.
Angry said Smeggy treated you like a pillbox on Iwo Jima.
You got
Lame.
roasted.
Wow,
I'm just glad we all got
that's
that.
harsh.
Nah, it's all right. It doesn't really bother me then.
As he grips his Black Hawk even tighter.
Nope, not at all.
You ever find your 6 missing rounds?
Nope.
You have to bring that up.
Well, because it is sort of a mystery.
All right, I'm gonna go Aaron channels it up, and I may lunch channels as well. So I'll be back a little later, guys.
Later.
Alrighty, have a good one.
Yeah, I've been waking up really dehydrated in the morning. Like, you ever see that thing on? It's just around the web where it shows like this color chart of your piss and how dehydrated you are because of it or whatever. It's like I wake up every morning, I'm like really dehydrated because I've been putting this heating pad over my shoulder every night. And every morning when I wake up, it's like the undershirt that I'm wearing is kind of wet because I've been sweating all night underneath that pad or whatever. I'm like, that's why I'm dehydrated. It's just this. That's what I keep telling myself.
Well, you know, some of them pills affect things
Right,
too.
I was kind of thinking that too. I've been drinking a lot more water lately. We get, I think it's 45 gallons a month here at the shop, nine bottles. And in the summer, we run out 10 days early. In the off-peak months, we finish the last bottle the day he usually shows up. So we're hitting that time of year. I'll be right back. I gotta get this.
I hate drinking freaking water. I did find me a loading to push some lead bullets somewhere around 1,400 feet per second. I loaded up a bunch. I'm anxious to get out and try them if it ever gets to be a nice day. Trying to make a hard cut back into guns. I'm in Illinois, also known as nowhere. I'm in the middle of it.
Also known as Obama's home state.
Yeah, that must make you feel proud there, Tony.
It ain't his home state. He's Hawaiian.
Well, his presidential library ain't gonna be in Hawaii.
Don't care. Odds are, if there's a corrupt politician, somebody started out in Illinois.
That's pretty good bet. Pretty safe.
Tornadoes, some, not as many as like you'd see out in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, but we've had cold and rainy past 4 days, and my range is a big freaking hole dug in the ground, so when it rains, it's wet and muddy for days afterwards.
Should set up some mud wrestling. Just charge admission.
Yeah, well, it'll dry up someday. It'll be freaking June, and 90 goddamn degrees. Then I'll bitch about the heat and sweating. It's always something.
It's already getting hot down here.
Well, before the cold, rainy shit come in, it was pretty warm and humid here, but we've got enough rain to keep it really muddy, so if it don't get a break in the weather here pretty shortly, I'm going to go over and use the indoor range and just wait until whatever to sight in the rifles I need to sight in. I've waited about long enough to shoot this Ruger since I got it back.
Someone's texting.
Yeah, me and my buddies are setting up a Lord of the Rings marathon weekend. I was telling them how long the movies were.
Depends on which ones you get.
Well, I got the extended version, so the first two are about 3 hours, and the second one or the third one's like 4 hours.
Yeah, the extended versions are going to take up most of your damn day.
Yeah.
Whole weekend if you throw in the Hobbit. Don't worry there, Hugs. Nobody's going to see me mud wrestling.
Yeah, I got to drive to Bass Pro later today to sell an AR to a guy. Not looking forward to it.
I was going to ask why Bass Pro, but I suppose it's a centralized, safe place.
Yeah, I guess. I'll probably get there a little early just to walk around. Haven't been on a Bass Pro in a while.
Bass Pro is something everybody ought to see at least once. It's interesting to walk through.
Yeah, I want to go jump in the fish tank like those kids did.
Let me know how that works out for you.
Get my pecker bit off by a carp.
Hey, if that's what you're into, I don't judge.
This is America.
As of right now, it is. The way things are going. I read something today that the founder of Twitter wished he would have censored Trump's tweets because he feels like he's the reason he got elected.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah.
No, he's not the reason Trump got elected. The fact that Hillary was god awful as a freaking candidate has more to do with it than anything.
Yeah, that's what I try telling people. They just don't want to believe me.
But she promised me free stuff.
Like I said, I got an argument with one of my friends over why Hillary lost, and all he could respond with was emojis.
Jeez.
And I was like, well, you keep that shit up in 2020 and you'll get 4 more years of Trump or Pence.
Well, like I said earlier, I seen Caterpillar advertising for Help Wanted on TV today, and that's the first time I've ever seen that in my life.
See, he's making America great again already. Yeah, I was listening to some Alex Jones, and he was talking about how he thinks there's going to be all these riots over the summer, like riots we've never seen before in our history.
Riots on a
Why?
global scale.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess people hate Trump that much. Like, and they're going to do it on like July 2nd. They're planning some big anti-Trump protest all over the country or something.
I got a good one for you. Texas Antifa is going to have a get-together on the same day as the biggest gun show in Houston.
Antifa gonna lose.
Yeah, them airsoft pellets hurt, but they ain't bullets.
Well, you know, they should have, like, everybody exited the NRA show and went down to the moms rally and just stood around them and arms folded, watched them.
Now,
Yeah,
that
maybe
would be
not,
funny.
because they'd got credit for having that many people there.
Antifa on one side, moms demand attention on the other side, protest sponsored by eHarmony.
Protest sponsored by George Soros,
Yeah.
globalist.
On one side, the NRA on the other. Hug's asking, did you build that AR?
Who?
The one I'm gonna sell?
Yeah.
No, I got it in a trade. But I'm pretty sure the guy I got it from built it though, because it's the Anderson lower with a Delton upper.
Let's see if any new news has popped up that interests me at all. Probably not.
But I would like to get into building ARs. It seems like kind of a fun hobby.
It's the natural progression of things. You start with Duplos, then you go to Legos, and then you move on to ARs. It's just the way it is.
I built enough shit at work to satisfy my building desires forever. With the exception of recycling ammunition.
Comey to testify publicly after Memorial Day. I thought he declined. Now he's going to do it.
Sounds like a bureaucrat to me.
I like how he delayed it, a couple of, a week or two. He's delaying it so he can live a little bit longer.
Yeah, really?
I'm going to testify 2 years from now.
I just want him to come out and be like, yeah, there's no collusion with Trump and Russia, so are there any other excuses the left wants to come up with? I'm all ears.
Yeah, no kidding.
Trump becomes the first sitting U.S. president to visit the Western Wall. Is that right?
Well, if
I
media
think
says
so.
it has to be true.
I'm just getting ideas for my wall.
Saudi king slams Iran as spearhead of global terrorism. Well, when are you going to slam your own banks for funding it?
Yeah, right?
That was awkward.
Hugs,
We
I
don't
have
have time for.
Hugs, I have to
Go
tell you that when a gun tries to kill you, it makes it more personal.
Oh, did you hear about the new $100,000 Ford F-150?
No, but I know I'm not going to get one.
It's like Raptors are already expensive, prohibitively expensive to most people. They're like, what, $70,000? So Shelby decides they're going to one-up it. And they're like, here, we've got a $100,000 truck. And they're only making, I think, 300 of them.
Does it do anything that a regular
Admittedly, it does look
$25,000
good.
truck doesn't do?
Remember when trucks were cheaper
Costs
than
a lot.
cars?
Yeah.
I mean, it was like that all the way up until like almost the early 90s. Trucks were always cheaper than cars because they had a utilitarian benefit. They were less well appointed, I guess.
Well, now they're cool. Or they're just not for
Yeah.
utilitarian anymore.
I know, it's like trucks and SUVs these days are like cell phones to some people, you know? It's the thing to have.
They're freaking outfitted like limousines with a big trunk these days.
I've always been trying to convince my dad to buy a truck because, you know, I bought him that CC, but it's really low to the ground and he has a hard time getting in and out of it. And he still insists that he loves the car to death. So I'm like, well, I said, you can have a freaking King Ranch Edition F-150. You can open the door and just literally swing your leg out to the side and step out of it instead of having to climb out of it every time you open the door. It's got 4 full-size doors, 4 seats, so you can carry shit inside and you still have the bed on the back.
You're wanting to get it so you can take it in, have some 42s put on it, raise it up about 3 feet.
Well, I could, but I mean, I'm trying to get it so it's something easy for him to get in and out of. And he doesn't think that they drive like cars these days, which they do.
I read something interesting the other week, and it was this study that by 2030, the idea of people owning cars is going to be like a thing of the past, and that people will just rely on like this mass Uber fleet and self-driving cars to get around with in. I was like, man, I can't imagine not owning a car ever.
This is by a person who's obviously never lived out of a fucking metro area.
Yeah, I was going to say that might work for like New York, but it's not going to work for any other non-urban area.
Yeah, it's not going to work for normal people.
Well, I guess we in flyover land don't exist to those idiots. Dude, my nearest fucking gun shop's 20 miles away, so a car is a must.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, living in New York, living in New Orleans, son of a bitch, living in Illinois, they're not going to have a lot of stops to the gun stores.
Well, they won't allow you to carry them in a self-driving car or a Uber vehicle. That'll be a crime.
I was listening to Joe Rogan podcast, and they had on Sam Harris and someone else, and they started talking about like, you know, automated cars and trucks and yada yada, and they were saying like, as soon as some company develops a self-driving car that's as safe or safer than a human, they were discussing that like truck driving jobs are just going to disappear because it would be cheaper for them just to not have a human involved at all and just pay the like one lump sum of converting their vehicle fleet. And they're saying that 60% of all non-college degree jobs are some form of truck driving. So he was like, yeah, if this does happen, there's going to be a lot of people out of work real quick.
Problem is they can't even make safe fucking trains yet. And they're on tracks. They don't even fucking go on roads where they have decisions to make about turns and merging and bullshit like that.
Well, the technology's not there yet, but once it is, I can see like UPS, not like the actual delivery guy, but like the fleet trucks just converting to automated.
That's all hogwash. Angry and I are designing the ultimate Lincoln Continental right now. I don't know if you did read the chat, but you know, like when you first get in the car and you start it usually makes that bonging noise to remind you to put on the seatbelt.
Yep.
I told him, I was like, I want a recording of Matthew McConaughey to say, well, all right, all right, all right, every time you start the car. And then when like the service engine light comes on, I'll take a quote from U571 where he goes, what the hell do you think you're doing? This isn't a goddamn democracy. That would drive my dad nuts. He's like, God damn it, Matthew McConaughey keeps yelling at me.
I just want a car that tells me like DUI checkpoint 5 miles ahead. Take alternate route.
Oh, I love fucking how Mercedes does it. It's like you start the car and it's like your service is due in 25 days. And then when you pass the service interval, it's like your service interval is due. Setting GPS to nearest dealership.
I get annoying after a while.
What's really funny is the GPS does not send you to Poland ever. Somebody made a joke about that because they own one in Europe. And they were like, there's no service dealerships in Poland, or Mercedes is just covering their ass.
So I just saw this news story, kind of hilarious to me. Big game hunter killed after elephant he shot falls on him.
I read that this week. I thought that was hilarious.
Oh my god! I mean, come on, that's just
Now-
hilarious.
You know
The
what's really
elephant
funny?
had him with the elephant's trunk, and somebody else shot the elephant.
Did it survive, or did the elephant die too?
Oh, it died.
Yeah,
I'm
it died.
assuming the dead elephant fell on him, so I'm assuming it's dead.
Well, because I can always imagine the hazing from his fellow elephants. They were probably going to be like, so you killed it, you going to eat that?
That's what happens when you go disturbing elephants when they're getting busy. You piss them off.
Did you see that sea lion attack that little Asian
Yeah.
girl? It's like
Dude,
that
that
was,
fucker ain't so cute now, is it?
it's like this is for Harambe.
It's funny that you
You
mentioned
think I'm
Harambe.
cute? I'll show you fucking cute.
I got like a couple of battles in World of Warships this weekend, and I ran into a dude named Harambe Had It Coming.
Oh my god!
But y'all, I don't know if I heard it on Alex Jones or not, but the conspiracy that Hillary Clinton paid off that family to drop their kid in there, knowing that they would, because they knowingly knew that they would have to shoot the gorilla, and it would take away from the fact that it's when her email scandal was like getting blown up on the media. So she needed a distraction.
Oh, yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me, but
I doubt the shit out of that.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not exactly believing it.
And then I think that alligator thing happened next week. And then the Pulse shooting either happened before Harambe or right afterwards.
After.
I think it was after. So I was like, damn, we ain't talking about a damn gorilla anymore now, are we?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 2016 was the year of deflection.
Maybe she orchestrated the Pulse shooting. That I could buy. But the gorilla? Nah.
I just thought it was funny that the whole Harambe thing became like a social justice thing. Like you couldn't talk about Harambe unless you were like a social justice warrior.
Anybody ever tried barbecued gorilla?
I imagine it probably tastes pretty tough. Seeing they were like all muscle.
Oh, man. Barbecue silverback? Are you kidding?
Generally, all meat is muscle.
Well, there's tougher meat and then there's softer meat. Like that's why people don't shoot swans, is because their meat's really tough to eat.
The Queen is the only person in the UK that's allowed to eat a swan. I don't know why I know that, but I know that.
I don't
Part
know
of
why.
your
You just
Russian
lost a
intel.
PIN number or something in your memory now.
I don't know why
Nope, I
anyone would want to
remember.
eat a swan.
Like, why would anybody want to own a 1911? Just people do stuff.
Well, a 1911's a finely crafted machine. A Swan's just this big ass bird that shits everywhere. Honks.
The idea was to throw guns back in the mix. Fort Connery's plan to erase some important piece of info with that stupid fucking trivia.
Has he picked the car for the day yet?
No, this isn't my chat. I got Quark striked.
Oh, true.
Well, he ain't fucking here. And even if he was, he wouldn't be paying attention. We need to set some parameters for car of the day, though, because it has to be able to accommodate a number of weapons.
Yeah, I think they're saying that Trump's the first president ever to fly from Saudi Arabia directly to Israel.
To go to the Western Wall.
Actually, a lot of animals would surprise you that they're willing to gnaw on other animals. Oh no, the best food comes from hog.
Oh, good food comes from cows.
Not that I dislike cow. I like cow, and most of its parts are great. Except for the piss filter. I won't touch that.
Well, no, I'm trying to see her rationale here. It makes sense. Think about it. Deer, elk, cow, all herbivores. Chicken.
I thought chickens will eat anything.
Well, they eat seeds and grains and things, but that's still not meat.
Chicken will also eat hog shit.
Oh, by the way, did you notice Al's back?
Deer will eat dead critter, or most notably chew on the bones.
Bear's pretty good as an omnivore. They'll eat anything.
Squirrel's pretty good too, and they'll eat meat.
I think the worst kind of meat would probably come from scavengers.
The only meat that I cannot make myself eat is possum.
It's pretty gross,
Just
but you'll
can't
eat
do
it if
it.
you're hungry enough.
No, I won't eat possum. Just can't do that.
I've ate coon. I didn't care for it, but I did try it. Just too damn greasy for me.
Trash pandas.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't think of a single game bird that is predominantly a meat eater.
Vultures.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
do you
you
eat
don't-
vultures, though?
No, hell no.
I think any scavenger would be gross.
Yeah, no, I
Then
would,
again,
not
snake's
eat,
not bad.
I would not eat a vulture.
The only game bird I give a shit about is pheasant. There ain't hardly any left here.
I tell these people to stop using punt guns.
They're not. It's just farmers have taken out every fucking square inch of habitat that they could survive in and get that extra row of corn in there.
I
And
don't think we even have pheasants down here. We got a lot of quail.
quail's all right, and so's dove, but dove a little
You just gotta,
expensive.
gotta shoot a ton of them to get a meal's worth, too.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of an expensive thing where one pheasant feed a family of 6 okay with extras with it. I love pheasant, man. That's like sex and feathers.
I've never heard it put quite like that before.
Okay, extremely pleasant to eat. Okay, how's that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Sorry, Hugs, if they were offended by that, but hey, it's what it is.
Oh man, I need that in my life.
Keep forgetting Tony's reading the chat. Every time he says something, I just think he's like on his Bluetooth or something.
Nope. I try to pay attention to what's going on. I gotta watch that fucking Smags.
It's just a
And,
snowman. He can't hurt you.
Yeah. Yeah, it just dawned on me this morning. A snowman's nothing but a big mass of snowflakes. And that's how you feel about cow. Well, I ain't gonna argue with the cow thing. There's lots of the cow that I really, really like. And also the cow skin is kind of handy for footwear and gun carrying apparel and stuff like that.
My BMW uses water buffalo hides.
I suppose to me, bacon would be first, and then second to that would be brisket. Good brisket.
Oh man. Yeah, I like me a well smoked brisket.
That's still all a big pile of unique and individual snowflakes there, Smags, no matter how you mash it.
Makes him the ultimate assassin, though. He never leaves a fingerprint behind. Hey, Smeggy, did you ever find any 22 Magnum armor yet? Or ammo yet?
There ain't enough freaking money on earth to convince me to eat pistol filter, period. That's one thing that's apt to get my wife's ass kicked if she cooks it in my house. You want liver, go to fucking restaurant and cook it where I don't have to smell it. I have tried it
No bueno.
several times, even recently.
Just ain't worth it.
Just to try it, and still, it's god awful to me.
Probably just gonna have to order it online or something.
You ain't found 22 Magnum yet?
22 Magnum is not like everywhere. It's easier to find than 22 short, but it's still not easy to find.
It's at all the Walmarts in this area that I know of. I would go with hickory smoked maple. And that's why I have 7 stints. Because I went with hickory smoked maple way too many freaking times. I don't care much for steak anymore. Prime rib is, I kind of like prime rib, yet maybe better than brisket, to be honest with you, but it's just too damn expensive to go out and buy. But I enjoy just a good hamburger.
Yeah, you grind up a decent piece of meat, they're just as good as anything else, right?
Yeah, and like people who grind up steaks alone to make hamburgers are doing a disservice because steaks are a little lean. to make a good hamburger out of.
Wagyu beef burger.
I am living without bacon most of the time. Because one, I'm lazy and don't want to stand there and fry it myself. Two, my daughter's not bright enough to cook it without burning it to a freaking crisp. And three, my wife refuses because she don't want me dead. Yet. I think there's
Man,
some
my
sort of
allergy
insurance
meds were off
policy
quick
maturity
today.
thing. That's called sauteing, G, and yes.
God damn it. Just one day I'd like to not drop things.
That's actually one of my favorite ways to eat beef when we go out is have sirloin tips and sauteed mushrooms and onions.
Ooh. We have reached lunch channels. My vehicle for the day my vehicle of the day on Wednesday is going to be epic. I've already got that one picked out. I've
Yes,
done it on Stone.
Henry. I have never tried that. I doubt I would like it, G-Webs. Part of the art of cooking a steak is how you sear the thing to keep the juicy stuff in.
I make what I call a 4-minute steak. I get the surface of the grill to like 750 degrees, and I take a steak that I marinated for a couple hours, and I drop it on the grill, slam the lid shut, count to 60, flip it over, count to 60 again, and then just repeat 2 more times. 4-minute steak. Perfect every time.
My mom taught me when I was young, because she was cook in a restaurant for a lot of years. She said the secret to cooking a good steak in a skillet is to only turn it once. She said you figure the size of it and you put it on and you cook it for 6 minutes on one side, flip it 6 minutes on the other, depending on how thick it is. It always worked out okay for me, but I ain't that big of a fan of steak to have it all the time. I'd rather have roast.
Well, don't be shy. Let's see what we had over the weekend or today.
Actually, my mom and my grandma taught me how to be a really good cook. I just don't like to do it that much. My wife would rather I cook every day. I'm like, nah. Getting a deer this year is exactly why I bought this Ruger 44 Magnum to deer hunt. I'm just hoping it holds together.
Oh, it will.
That's what I thought before I broke it the first time. Although, when I loaded these hot loads for lead, I weighed every freaking one of them with the digital scale.
Ooh. Today was an interesting day in military history. Alfred A. Cunningham became the first officer to be assigned the duty in connection with aviation. Knights
Can
of
you
the
repeat
Air.
that?
Alfred A. Cunningham was the first Marine officer to be assigned duty in connection with aviation in 1912. First air officer.
Okay.
President Roosevelt orders
for whatever
the
reason, I
service
still didn't catch
registration.
it. I will be right back. I got to brew some more coffee. I already drank my whole damn thermos.
Admiral Dönitz has conceded defeat in the Atlantic and orders all U-boat patrols to cease.
The U-boat.
Heinrich Himmler was captured by a British patrol. Harry Truman signs what was called the Truman Doctrine to fight the spread of communism. Basically handed over $400 million in military and economic aid to Turkey and Greece to stop the spread of communism like an itchy blanket, because they're all fucking globalists.
Well, see, they don't need them Garans anymore, so they can send them back.
Oh. Today was the disaster of the USS Scorpion.
Oh, yeah.
99 men died 400 miles southwest of the Azores. If I'm not mistaken, that's when a shaft seal failed and it just sunk.
I thought it was a torpedo.
Wait.
The Thresher's the one that's kind of had a mechanical
The Thresher had a
fall.
frozen ballast valve.
Yeah. I don't think they're really 100% sure about the Scorpion. So the theory I've heard is that one of their torpedoes either went off, started just going off, so they launched it and it homed in on them, or it started running and the ship tried to do a 180 to hit the failsafe on the torpedo, but it went off anyways.
There's three theories about the Scorpion. One was a torpedo hot ran and blew up. The other one was a malfunction in the trash disposal unit, so it would have been similar to like the ballast issue with the Thresher. And then the other one was a hydrogen explosion caused by the gas coming off the batteries.
Or the Russians.
Let's just blame the Russians.
Hey, it works in 2017.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. The guy that found the Titanic, Robert Bullard or Ballard, I think he's the one that took all the pictures of the Scorpion.
Matter of fact,
I think the ROV they used was the same one he found the Titanic with or something.
he was granted access to the equipment to look for Titanic after he found the Scorpion.
Yeah, I remember reading that.
They were like, we're going to need that back at so-and-so time, but, you know, if you find and document the Scorpion, you can use it for the remainder of the contract time. Do whatever you want with it. And he's like, oh, really? You found Bismarck, too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he did. He found a bunch of the ships at Iron Bottom Sound and Guadalcanal.
Bismarck's hull is in incredible condition still, except the stern that broke off. But that was actually a structural seam that snapped off. It wasn't like it tore apart like Titanic. That was a real common problem with German shipping back then. The way they assembled their ships, the sterns were real weak in them. If they had a misbalanced propeller shaft, it would vibrate so violently that it would break the stern off.
I'll say the Japanese, they had a problem with their ships too. Back then it was called America.
Yeah, the Yamato class battleship was flawed from a fault or from the get-go. Just because of the way it was arranged, it was always going to break in half.
Yeah, the big ship.
So it was designed by a Titanic designer?
I don't think James Bruce Ismay had anything to do with that one.
Curious, you know.
I do think it's interesting that when they designed the Yamato, they looked at the Panama Canal and were like, all right, this is the widest the Americans can make a warship. So we're going to make ours bigger. So we'll know we'll have the biggest battleship. They failed to realize the value of air power, though.
NASA released the first photo of Earth taken from Mars, 86 million miles away, in 2003. The record distance was shot by Voyager from 4 billion miles.
Yeah, I think that's the pale blue dot picture.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty good speech by Sagan, if you ever read it.
Holy shit.
Unlike Bill Nye's sex junk. Smeggy says the Earth is flat. See, I know the Earth is not flat because if it was, cats would have pushed everything off it by now.
Not to mention, it'd be kind of tough to take a balloon, an airplane, or a ship, or something like that around the world.
It's very true as well.
There were 100 Medal of Honor citations written today.
For World War II or
The Battle of Vicksburg.
Civil War.
100 in a single day. That's got to be a record.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I'm about to get interrupted.
Me too, because coffee's gonna be done. Well, now there is a certain, what the hell? What is the opposite of prophetic?
Well, all right, all right, all right.
Did you say the opposite of pathetic?
Prophetic.
Oh,
Did I miss something interesting?
You can go around a circle like a NASCAR race. Well, it's kind of,
I would hope would be better than a soap opera.
it's kind of
Although-
hard to.
So there can be some drama on gun channels sometimes. Hashtag 135 grade 40.
Uh-oh.
Or 9 versus 40 versus 45 when everybody knows fucking 9 is king.
See, I would have thought you would have said 45 since you're kind of an old timer.
Hell no. I am not a proponent of big and slow. If you're going to have a big bullet, it might as well go really fast, like 44 Magnum.
Yeah, I like 9 because it's cheap. And it must have been doing something right for over 100 years.
Yeah, several years longer than 45, in fact.
Well, it does have way better capacity, which I think is like, especially with the military, I think that's their overall thing. It's like, can we hold more bullets? And are those bullets lighter?
Oh, we should just make them all have PMR 30s with like 22 Magnum Raucus rounds.
Yeah, but the PMR 30 would like fall apart after 100 rounds.
Carbon fiber ones. I'd buy it. Carbon fiber
Have you
PMR
actually
30.
met a Have you actually met a gun that you don't like?
When I was like 8, I didn't like shooting a 12 gauge because it kicked like hell.
I'm gonna catch some heat for this, but the Smith & Wesson Shield, not a fan. I had one.
All right, come back. I'll be back. Coffee should be done.
Yeah, I don't like the Shield either. I didn't. After the MMP Compact came out, I didn't see much need for the Shield, but that's just me.
I don't like the idea of, well, if you don't like the trigger, you can spend an extra $150 to fix it. I'm like, idiot should have did it in the first place.
Well, it's like a Glock. It's only perfection after you add a couple parts to it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's just so simple. It's like I was looking at the FN 509 because I kind of like the way it looks, but it just seems so more complex than a Glock. Like Glocks are like idiot proof. Which is
I'd
like
like
good
the
for me.
FN 57 a lot more if it had an MSRP of $699.
Oh, not the 5.7, the 509.
No, I'm looking at Angry's message.
Oh,
I think he said that's again he found that he didn't like.
I wouldn't mind a 5.7. I think the caliber is kind of neat. I don't know how
Oh yeah,
real world application, how much better it is compared to.
I'm building that fucking AR pistol in 5.7. That's gonna happen.
But I did notice during the panic buying, 5.7 is always on the shelf.
Yep. It's a connoisseur's bullet.
It's like 5.7 and 357 SIG.
You know, to be fair though, the new Shield 2.0 is a lot better. So my caveat to the gun that I didn't like is first generation Shields. Because if I had a choice between that or an M&P 9C, it's going to be the 9C every time. But the second generation Shield seemed pretty good. And I had the 40 Shield. I didn't have the 9. I intended to buy a 9 barrel for it, but I bought into the Shield too late. Like by then, Brownell stopped carrying the barrels and Smith & Wesson stopped selling them separately. People used to buy the 40 and just get a 9 barrel and swap it out and use different magazines. Smith was like, whoa, 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 whoa. We're missing out on a second gun sale here.
Yes, I'm kind of thinking I've got a Glock frame without a slide. I'm debating on getting a 40, even though I don't have 40. And just getting a 9 barrel for it in case, there's another panic and 9mm gets all bought up.
I ain't panicking anymore. I'm sitting on like 2,000 rounds of 38 special and like 1,000 rounds of 357 Magnum. And I've got 4 guns chambered in both. So
Yeah, I got like 2,500 rounds of 22 that I bought and I still haven't shot yet. Just sitting in my ammo can. I think I decided if I get a next handgun, I think I might get the SIG 320. Just because you can make it into just about anything you want.
I think my next handgun's gonna be a Mossberg Shockwave.
The Shockwave.
Yeah. Now I'll probably buy one of those Yugo M57s. I do want one. Because I'm working on a Russian service pistol collection anyway. That and 7.62 7.62 by 25 is actually pretty cool looking.
Is that that's not the Tokarev round, is it?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it does look kind of neat. It's like a mini 357 SIG.
Yeah.
Bottleneck.
It's the grandfather of the 357 SIG, and I think it's physically longer than 357 SIG, so.
I think it is. I feel like for a long time it was one of the hotter rounds for a long time. Or maybe it was a 30 Mauser I'm thinking of.
Let's see, Tokarev overall length is 1.386. And 357 SIG overall length is 1.140. So yeah, it's a little shorter. But I mean, with modern powders and modern brass, it's obviously a higher pressure, much more powerful.
I'll say, yeah, 85 grain is moving at 1650 feet per second. That's pretty quick for a pistol round.
Jacket hollow points are doing 1700. Full metal jacket's doing 1720. That's not bad.
Yeah, 560 foot-pounds of energy. It's pretty decent. Just not putting a very big hole in you.
A black woman-owned construction company has been awarded a federally funded service contract to replace thousands of water pipes in Flint, Michigan. That's good.
See, he's already making America great again.
I wonder if he had anything to do with it. That's a good question, Smiggy. Maybe just the news source wrote that. Like, I don't think the government would say that, right?
You would think not, hopefully. It's because they're always trying to put people in classes.
Good job, Vance. You know, every time I see that word, I think of Sinfest. Rhonda Greer, Vice President of Alien Company, told the Hub Flint that this contract is the biggest we've done. 10.9 million contract.
What the hell is Sinfest.net?
Oh, it's a webcomic that I read. This Japanese dude, Tatsuya Ishida, draws it every day. And he's on this, he has this arc about feminism. And the feminist movement always calls it the patriarchy. So every time I see that word, I think of that comic. It's a really, really good webcomic, too. It's almost like South Park. It always deals with the issue of the day. But it's pretty good. It's usually like a 3 or a 4 panel thing. On Sundays, they're a full page color one.
Okay, it just sounds like it could be something completely different.
Uh-huh. He does touch on debauchery too. Like there's this character, he's a bit of a chauvinist. Is caricaturized as a pig. His name is Squiggly. He's always smoking pot, eating burgers, and just being a typical chauvinist pig. You know, I started taking these amlopidines 2 at a time now. Instead of 1 at a time, since it's the smallest dosage. I've been trying it as a social experiment. It worked really good last night.
Ah, God damn, that's some bitch hot.
Well, you can't sue yourself.
Nope.
And I'd love to know how those pills work, because like as soon as they hit my tongue, they start dissolving like a Alka-Seltzer tab. They don't fizz, but I can feel them. They work fast, like really fast. I'll feel almost perfectly normal in about 3 minutes.
That's the way nitroglycerin works too.
Yeah. I knew something weird was going on because like when I would get out of the shower, I'd look in the bathroom mirror, and like I used to have this vein that goes across my chest from one shoulder to the other, and it was huge, like really, really big around in diameter. And like the longer this goes on, the smaller it's getting, skinnier. I'm like, that doesn't look quite right.
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're getting fatter, it does that too.
No, I actually dropped about since I started watching what I eat for the last couple of months. I think I've dropped about at least 10 pounds. Like I have to really push my gut out. I have to force my gut to look like it's being pushed out now, you know? NSA pop. All right, let's pick a vehicle of the day. I'm trying to remember where I found this. Yes. I'm going to give you a YouTube link for this one. Oh, shit. That's like super long. Thanks, Google. You couldn't just give me a short link for real.
Posted something in the side chat. I really would like to SBR that thing.
There you go. My vehicle of the day, the USSV Rhino GX. This is that thing I was telling you guys about where they were concerned about adding all this like plate steel to the body, and they were like, aren't you gonna have to upgrade the brakes? And he's like, no, we are actually underweight for the chassis, so the brakes work better than they should. And this still looks like you can drive it through a stone wall. Fucking badass. What's really scary is the #1 buyer of these are the Chinese, of all things. They took it to the Beijing Auto Show, and they sold 40 of them before they even had a production model. But it's cool. I like it.
Oh, Jay Leno's driving it.
Yep.
Is that his actual personal
No.
copy? No.
They're going to show you two vehicles. There's that one, and there's a smaller version. The smaller version is owned by the director of Fast and Furious 8. Like, he saw it, he wanted it in the movie, and then he wanted to keep it, so he bought it.
Yeah, not bad. I don't know how that thing can pass California emission standards.
Diesel.
Oh.
I have to like Jay Leno. He's like the ultimate car guy. Like Top Gear America should have been him, Adam Carolla, and Christopher Titus, and Tim Allen. 4-panel crew.
Two
That was an
conservatives and two liberals.
That would have been really epic then. And then
like-
their Stig could have been Jeff Gordon.
Like, I like Christopher Titus, but then I heard him on Crowder talking how there should be like a DMV like entity for owning firearms. I was just like,
Nope.
no. And Crowder was like, when's the last time you went to the DMV that was ran smoothly? Like, never.
Oh, now that you mention it, you know who would have made the perfect Stig? Tom Mintz from Maximum Destruction. That dude can drive out of his skin.
Smeggy is not a fan of Jay Leno.
I don't think you're going to have any issues with all talking at once.
Yeah, I got nothing on my mind worth talking about. Although I did have a job interview earlier.
I got nothing either. I'm just sitting here wondering how freaking long I got to wait on Social Security yet.
Forever.
I've already been doing that.
Hey, you won't mind waiting a little longer then.
Doesn't matter if I mind or not.
And it's also probably lunch channels for a few people.
Later, YP. Yeah, I was thinking about snacking on some Cheetos or something. Sitting here running the old version of the Lone Ranger that I have never seen before. Dude's wearing a full face mask.
Lawn Ranger, that'd be a pretty good name for a mowing company. Could be cowboy themed.
Or Long Ranger as a porn star.
Oh my god.
I guess that would work as well.
Evidently, this was a group of cereals from the 30s. Kind of bizarre. I've had this freaking disc for years and I ain't never watched it.
Yay, damage claims. My favorite thing to do.
Yankee released his shirt design on Instagram. Bunch of rhinos crossing Abbey Roads.
Did he really?
Yep. And I think his Punisher Jeep's in the background.
My phone's just blowing up right now.
Oh, I've been well over 2 years. Hell, it's been 4 years since I filed the first time. You thought who was in Cali?
I think he's talking about you.
Not me, buddy. I'm in Illinois.
Ain't much better.
Yeah.
I can concealed carry.
Yeah, that's true. For now.
Yeah, for now.
You get a left legislator and governor in there, that might be going away.
No, it won't, because we have a court order saying that it's either concealed carry or it's constitutional carry.
Oh,
And they'll never let constitutional happen there.
yeah, the criminals already do it anyways. Is Maggie saying you work for Rock River and Springfield, Tony? Is this true?
I believe this to be true.
I don't work at all.
Today's only Monday, isn't it?
Unfortunately.
Oh, it's gonna be one of those weeks. If I could learn to type, maybe I could get to where I'm trying to go here.
I actually believe Dano is quite a bit closer to Rock River and Springfield than I am.
He's been Ubering their clientele around.
I'm not saying he's involved with it. I don't know. I just think he's closer.
I'm trying to look at the links Peggy just posted. New panelist hangout questions. New members who are interested in introducing themselves can use this list of questions as a guide to let the group know about your preferences and experiences.
You can jump on in here. I don't give a shit about new panelist hangout questions. Say Oscar the Grouch is back. Tell happened to Pond Reed. You drop dead on us?
I think he might be lunch channeling it. Or I don't know, actually maybe getting some damn work done. One of the two.
That usually.
I think he might be lunch challenge. Or I don't know, actually maybe getting some damn work done. One of the two. I think he might be lunch challenge. It's like G-Web's just like rickrolled us.
That's all right. I don't want that kind of shit to bother me. Oh, shit. Super busy. I am exceptionally busy myself. I'm trying to keep this chair held down. Well, just show the ones that are cap and ball and the like. Those ain't real firearms, not even in California. Honestly, it's friggin' stupid. You can't sell a deck of cards because they have fucking picture of a gun on them. That's insane.
That's the world we live in. Yeah, I need to get on that Kickstarter. I'm just waiting to get paid. Trying to think if I know anyone else that would like a Old West Guns deck of cards.
Yeah, if I ever get financial situation resolved here, I would like to get a couple of decks, but it don't work. Got no money.
It's like my dad would probably like them, but he doesn't really play cards. All links matter. Damn right.
Either that or gun pictures are dangerous.
That was like the friendliest ass chewing I've ever had. I don't know. When two audio files get together, it's like a ego stroking session.
So that's what you've been up to?
Well, this dude has a business of digitizing like vinyl records, and he does like what I do. He runs them through a filter to take out like hisses and pops and things. And I was like, oh yeah, I do that on the side. I actually take my machine and I filter out live DJs. And he's like, holy shit, really? Yeah. So it is. Machine that's misbehaving today. I'm glad I tested them before I boxed them up because they're running like shit. And I just built them. So yeah, I took 2 of my amlodipines instead of 1 today. I still feel physically strange, like pressure. It's weird. It's annoying. Hate it. All kinds of stiff today. So what I miss?
Not much.
Bunch of dead air.
FCC finds dead air. One of these This guy does audio restoration services outside of San Diego, California. Looks like he draws comics too. It's pretty cool. All right.
I just shared that Kickstarter link with one of my buddies on Facebook. He might be into it.
This one? Yeah, so the little USB cube for my iPhone, the lightning port adapter thing or whatever, it doesn't hold the cable in very tight like it used to. So now when I plug it in, it says, this device is not supported. And I'm like, oh, really? That's good to know.
That's why they make duct tape.
Exactly.
Well, it jiggles inside, so like I had to pull those little metal tabs out in the USB port so it really squeezes it tight. Thankfully, I sell those cubes, and I've got about 2 million of them in my warehouse. So every time one wears out, I just grab another.
It doesn't fit tight where the USB plug plugs into the little cube.
Yeah, the cube has a USB male connector, and
Okay.
the bottom
I
has
got
these
you.
2 little metal tabs that kind of push up against the bottom of the female connector from the cord. So when I push it in, I can jiggle it side to side because it's not holding tight. I can bend them out a couple of times, but after like the 3rd or 4th time, they collapse every time I push it in. So I just gotta grab another one.
You can just pinch the flat side of that USB plug and it'll tighten it up.
No, it has to fit in these 2 little holes in the bottom. It's kind of weird, but I just grab another one. This cable I've been using for every day for maybe a year, so it's probably wore out. Like I have a cable at home that I just plug into my computer, and I plugged it in one time and I never take that cable out, so I only plug in the lightning port part. So that one never wears out, but this one here I have to unplug both ends when I walk it over to where I build those machines. Kickstarter is not alive. Indeed it is.
My wife and daughter go through freaking USB cords for their phone about once a month. And I'm still using the one that some bitch came with with my phone. I've had it for a year and a half. But I don't ever unplug it either.
Due to her perceived invincibility, the loss affected British morale. She's not invincible. You guys are dead air.
Yeah.
Actually, shit, it's almost time for Dano. It's almost time for Tony's granddaughter duty, too.
So far, I haven't been asked today.
Yeah, wanted day off.
I kind of chewed my daughter out really good for blowing all her freaking money and coming out and asking me for cigarettes. So she's kind of avoiding me.
So how long before y'all think someone starts making a tactical romper for men?
Oh god.
Not long.
It started with the romper, but I saw this escalate into something called the mankini. Have you seen that?
No.
Isn't that kind of
Google
what
it.
Borat had on?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know if I want
Yeah,
to Google
yeah,
that.
sort of like the Borat thing. It was like, whatever happened to just the Speedo? I mean, even that was awkward already. Now you're gonna make it mankini? Are you serious?
Good old banana hammock.
Great. And here I had Hugs convinced to join us, and you guys fucked out. What?
She's welcome to join. It'd be interesting.
She would probably talk about that new men's thong thing with the little strap down the side of your leg. We're like, no, you think that mankini's bad? You have to see that shit. Which I would agree, that's awkward.
Fuck, I give up.
It's okay. Back to QC work. Good. I need to relax the rest of the day. I'm trying not to leave work.
Probably ought to leave work and go to a fucking emergency room. Say, look, I'm
Yeah.
dying here. My heart's broke.
Right? Fix it. And they'll be like, well, they have relationship therapists for that. Like, I know that, you idiot. That's what I took in school. It's broken a different way.
This is broken like we need
Really
a
broken.
human version of Roto-Rooter.
Yeah. God, imagine if they could do that. They could put a camera up
Whoever invents the liquid or the human version of liquid plumber is going to be a bazillionaire.
Well, see, that's the thing. My dad was given this stuff, like that weapons grade blood thinner that I was put on. That's sort of the same thing, isn't it? Unfortunately, it doesn't dissolve anything. Hair done, nails did.
Have to make a phone call and I'll join you. You want my number now or what?
If my heart stops, just Google Mike the Gun Guy. Huh? It'll get your heart going, no problem.
I am good to go. I got a freaking jump start pack built right in. It stops. They say the pacemaker side of it's meant to kick on if it gets below 40. It's like, that seems like a fucking waste of surgery.
40 is,
Yeah, I know who the idiot is.
40 is low.
Hey, Hug says she'll still join after she finishes her phone call, so we didn't scare her off yet.
Is that
Yeah, we covered that a couple minutes ago.
that
Oh,
Mike
well.
the
I was on the phone myself.
that Mike the gun guy that writes for HuffPo? Is he the one that had like PTSD after shooting the AR, or is that some other jerk
That's
off?
Gersh Kuntzman.
That's some other jerk off.
His name is Gersh Kuntzman. I'm not kidding.
He sounds like a real winner.
Gersh sounds like the name that, or the sound that it makes when you smash a pie into his face. Kuntzman, well, you don't really need me to explain that, do you?
No explaining needed.
I think Tony has the heart of an elephant. They beat 30 times per minute while standing, and 40 times a minute when sitting. That's why I thought that was really low, because I remember someone saying that. I'll give you a little bit of car geekery since Smeggy's on. He'll probably appreciate this. It is a medical fact that the resting heart rate of a Mercedes S-Class owner is 8 to 15 beats less per minute than any other car maker or car in the world. I guess because it's so nice and comfortable in there that you relax.
I would take that bet.
It's kind of neat. I believe it, man. Heated air conditioning and shiatsu massage seats.
How do people not fall asleep when driving that thing?
It's got a sleep sensor too.
Oh, so clearly somebody probably did fall asleep.
Like it measures the stripes in the road, and then it checks on how your inputs on the steering wheel are responding. And then like at certain hours of the night, when you're using the IR headlights, then if you're drifting off to sleep, what it'll do is it'll either, if it's warm outside, then it turns on the automatic air conditioned seats to a cooler setting to wake you up. But if it's cold outside, or if it's warm outside, then they, you know what I mean. If it's warm, then they heat the seats up to wake you, or
Yeah.
yeah, they heat the seats up to wake you up to make you uncomfortable. But if it's cold outside, then they air condition the seats to make you uncomfortable to wake you up. I had a hard time spitting that.
I like the old school idea where they had this fucking hammer and then it whacks you in the head.
I mean, we could just do the old-fashioned way and just stay awake while driving.
Yeah.
I remember when Mercedes tried the first self-driving car back in like 2003 or 4, where they had the automatic braking, and they had this test tunnel where it was foggy, and they were like, "You want to see what happened when they first tested it?" And it rear-ended the car in the tunnel. Oh my God! Take it back. Do start over.
Falling asleep while driving isn't too hard to do if you've driven for 24 hours or so before you sleep. And I have done that a bunch, driving for 20.
Hey Tony, I don't want to startle you or anything, but did you notice we have a new panelist?
Whoa, who's here?
Uggs.
Oh, hey.
Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yeah.
Can't see me though, right?
No, we cannot. Unless you're rock formation.
Okay. Okay.
So it looks like a sandstone from here.
You look kind of hard to get along with.
Looks like an elephant.
Actually,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it does.
All right, guys. Best behavior. I mean, I realize that we're not capable of
Yeah,
very
why would we
much.
do that now?
But you just better leave then.
Hey, fuck you.
See, you're already off to a bad start.
Already off.
So I think I've done like the first 2 questions on the new panelist thing, but I had to go to work, so I wasn't able to finish.
Oh, you got the interrogation. I never even got that.
I didn't get that. That was before. That's after my time.
Who was it that knows all those questions? Was it
Night Strike?
Night Strike?
Mm-hmm. I think it was Night Strike, but I could be wrong. What do I know?
Yeah, I can't quiz you. I don't know the questions myself.
I can't be bothered with being tested. Fuck that shit.
That's all right.
I'm too fucking old, normally too pissed off to mess with shit like that.
See, Tony's working really hard to use less profanity. You can tell.
Yeah. It's working about as well as the Titanic.
Hey,
Hey, the Titanic worked great till I hit that iceberg.
Yeah.
yeah, you'd think that'd make a case for putting headlights on boats.
But they do.
Yeah, they do. It's just not at that time.
Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. Jeez, let's see. A local man was arrested after his friends, this is in my city here, after his friends made fun of him for converting to Islam so that religion of peace strikes again. And then his roommate was arrested for explosive charges.
How'd the guy get arrested?
The first guy killed 2 people because they made fun of him converting to Islam. And then the guy's roommate,
I didn't hear that part.
I guess while they were searching the house, they found explosive that belonged to his roommate. And they're both well-known neo-Nazis, so my guess is those explosives were not for personal use.
Well, maybe they should have took his threat seriously when he said, "Silence, I kill you."
Yeah, no kidding.
I didn't hear the killed part. I'm thinking, well, he converted to Islam, so they arrested him.
Okay.
No. We don't do that here.
Not yet.
I mean, I'm not totally
Trump
against
hasn't
it.
been in office that long.
Mhm.
I wonder how that Israel trip is going today. He'll be like, "Is it true Wonder Woman comes from here? I got to watch it in the White House theater. It was a great movie. Super great." Personally,
I'm telling you, he's looking at that west wall and trying to find the blueprints for it.
Oh, no shit, right?
Hey, do you think you could put us one of these up?
Yeah. I want the same thing, just in Mexico.
If you want a good wall design, go to the Vatican.
Right?
It's been standing for like, what, 700 years?
Something like that.
Yeah, the same Vatican that says we should welcome all immigrants.
Could you imagine if we did that? Have a wall that's designed by Bertoni? D.
China's
Martin
got a
playing.
pretty good wall too.
I listened to his speech in Saudi Arabia, and it was very good. Well done. That means his writer got a raise.
You know, I just say F the wall. Let's just DMZ the whole southern border like we have in Korea. Mexican space program.
Ooh, O.J. Simpson's up for parole. Oh, jeez.
Have y'all seen that Chappelle Show special on Netflix? He talks about OJ.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't believe you're talking to that murderer. Well, that murderer rushed for over 12,000 yards.
That's like the whole P. Rose thing, you know. They don't want to let him into the Hall of Fame. Like, what's the big damn deal? You just don't play cards with man.
He got blackballed by the MLB, just like Michael Vick got blackballed for his dogfighting thing, just like Colin Kaepernick's getting blackballed for his thing. I'm hoping LeVar Ball gets blackballed from the NBA. Seriously, the dude's an asshole.
Like the left's trying to do to Trump.
Good luck.
Dude, you can't be in America.
Okay, Smeggy wants me to ask you, Hugs, what was your very first gun?
We already lost her.
Sorry, Smeggy.
If you're talking, you got to unmute.
Where's my phone?
Oh, she's just muted. It'd be funny if she goes, "Oh, this one," and just turns on her camera. This one right here. Still got it.
Depends on what it is.
My very first gun was a Walther PPK. Not that that should surprise any of you.
My first gun was a 870 20 gauge. Still got it.
Mine was a
My first gun was-
P229.
My first gun was a Mossberg bolt action 410 with the poly choke that I obviously did not buy myself.
Was that made in the 50s? I'm not aging you. I'm just asking you if that was made in the 50s. Polychoke sounds like a marketing thing.
It's just adjustable choke.
Did you guys ask me a question?
Yes.
Yeah, what was your first gun?
Maggie wanted to know what your first gun was.
It was a Sig Mosquito was my first gun.
Well, there you go.
Did you like it?
Have it, and I'm like spot on accurate with it. Well, under 40 yards.
I like mine, but it's too damn picky with ammo.
I think you
Mine-
offended Smeg.
Yeah, I think Smeggy's a little upset.
Well, they can be kind of picky with ammo, but that's only if you don't change out the spring. Which I've never done. I just go with the Thunderbolts, which work every time.
Oh shit!
Right.
wrong button.
I thought it was all right, but I just didn't keep it. That whole picky with ammo thing was a killer for me.
Damn, Smeggy
Oh,
had
and
a really
it's
cool
your-
first gun.
What did Smeggy have?
A Beretta semi-automatic 12 gauge.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
390. Oh yeah.
Smeggy's from Detroit area. He probably stole that.
That's like
First you buy-
baptism by fire.
So that was the second gun I got. Was the same gun, Beretta AL390.
They're all excited out front. Yeah, back.
Second gun I got was the Remington 552, I think. The pump 22. Again, not
Was that
my pick.
is that a pretty accurate gun?
Oh yeah. But it was entirely too big for me when I was 12.
That's definitely not as bad as a 12 gauge, though.
What is this here?
I didn't have a 12 gauge until I bought my own when I was adult.
They're fun to shoot, though.
I like to shoot about any gun.
I'll agree. Well, I shot this little Walther 22 handgun. That wasn't fun to shoot. That thing just sucks. I think it's like a P22 or something, a Walther P.
I had a Franchi Browning 85 knockoff ultralight version, and it wasn't fun to shoot. It tore with immense, but it was pretty.
Most guns are pretty.
This one was extraordinarily pretty.
So are 1911s.
I wished I'd have kept the damn thing because it's probably worth a bunch of money today. So do you own a big bore revolver?
Me?
Yes.
I don't own a revolver at all. I wish I did.
No, you still have time.
They're fun to shoot. One of the funnest that kind of style. I mean, it's not a revolver, but I've got an opportunity to shoot a muzzleloader 45. That was a lot of fun to shoot. It was a black powder. It was pretty fun. Big old flame.
Yeah, they're fun to shoot. They're a pain in the ass, nasty to clean though.
Yep.
Revolvers are overrated.
Hmm.
I've always wanted one because they're so dependable.
I don't know that I'd agree with that, but you can certainly put a lot bigger boom in one of them than you can a semi.
Bigger boom.
A lot more power per load.
I don't know. You don't ever have to worry about a loading issue or like stovepipes or anything like that on a revolver.
I don't generally worry about crap like that. I don't have that issue with my Smiths, so I don't know. Why people have them with a decent semi-auto at all.
Do you load your own ammo?
Yes, I do. That's how I blew the cylinder on my Ruger, loading my own ammo. A little too warm.
Won't do that again, Tony.
No, I won't.
So is your Smith & Wesson your carry?
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
caliber is it?
9. Yeah, it's SD9.
Fun. Trying to picture it in my head, and off the top of my head, I can't think of what it looks like.
A pretty Glock.
Pretty close. I don't think there's any such thing.
That's why it's a Smith & Wesson and not a Glock. Actually, it's a Glock clone. Is what it is. It's got kind of funky serrations on the slide. But it's really similar to a Glock.
Is it polymer like a Glock?
Yep.
Nice.
You concealed carry?
No, the handgun I'm building that will either be a 9 or a 40 is going to be my concealed carry, but I haven't, my guy wants me to build it and then get dead on accurate with it and then go get my concealed carry.
Dead on accurate really isn't that critical. I mean, you got to be minute of torso.
Yeah, probably, well, to get your concealed carry, but not to please my man.
Hell with that.
You gotta please him, you know. He's my man.
You want my wife's phone number so you can explain this concept to her?
Don't do that to yourself, Tony. It ain't worth it.
That's kind of why I want to go with the 40, is because I want to conceal carry it. But like my guy wants me to do that in 9 because the ammo's cheaper, and he says like I'd be able to afford to shoot it all the time.
That's not necessarily a concern. It is cheaper, but it's also, if you have a panic or something, it's going to be harder to find. And in my experience, at least here where I'm at, it's like maybe $5 or $6 cheaper, price difference. It's not, something that, it's not like we're talking about, $15, $16 difference. It's $5 or $6 maybe. So, I mean, I don't.
The thing is if you're small in stature, 40 is a lot harder to control, which is one reason why I don't look at them, because I'm not that stout. I don't know no part of 40.
You guys reading the chat?
No.
Sorta.
I have it open on my other screen here, but I haven't looked at it in about 10 minutes.
Angry. I believe that's a panel question. Dream gun and go.
Cop 357.
You already have one.
I know. I just like hearing you say it.
It's the same gun as it was last time I was asked this question.
Let me guess.
29
8
Smith and Wesson.
3/4, 6 and 8 3/4, 629 blue.
Not 629, 20.
Just model 29.
I don't really have a dream gun because I just, if I wanted it, I want it.
I'm not assuming a damn thing. I was speaking from a personal perspective.
We should split this up into pistol and rifle.
What do you mean? Dream
Let's
gun
do this.
questions?
Let's do this. Dream gun, pistol, rifle, shotgun, one of each.
A SCAR for the rifle. Shockwave for the shotgun.
Boy, you don't dream too big.
Well, I mean, I don't really. My whole thing is anything I've ever dreamed of wanting, I bought. So I mean, it's like I don't have any like big. It's not like I'm sitting here like, well, I really want that. It's just, if I want it, I'll just go buy it, and then I'll
The
probably get tired
Shockwave,
of it and sell it.
The Shockwave, that's the Remington, right? The semi-automatic Remington.
Mossberg. I think Remington is
Mossberg?
called the TAC 14, but it's
Yeah.
essentially the same thing.
They're pretty.
What are yours, Tony? I want to hear yours.
The aforementioned 29. In rifle, it would be probably a custom-built Mauser 30-06 Hunter. And shotgun, Springfield 67, what I already got.
What about you, Sean?
Pistol, AF 2011, converted to 460 Roland. Rifle, Barrett XM 109 for 25mm Tuesdays. Shotgun, M1014, Benelli M4 Tactical. No, you know what? Forget that. Atchison AA20 or AA12.
Y'all are dreaming big. I'm just here like.
That's why they're called dream guns. I'm gonna take the 1014. I think it's more practical.
Like my whole thing with the Barrett is it would be nice to shoot one, but I don't want to own it because then I don't have to worry about ammunition costs. I don't have to worry about, keeping it stored someplace. I don't have to worry about, driving wherever to shoot it.
I think that would be the ultimate truck gun.
Can you imagine getting pulled over with that? You're gonna have to explain all types of shit.
Angry wants my shotgun for his dream shotgun, the M3. It's not bad. I'd rather have the 1014.
I do like Benelli's. I didn't think of that when I said Shockwave, but I do like the Benelli shotgun.
I
They're
suppose
pretty.
if I had to choose a shotgun that wasn't one that I already have, it would be some decent side by side with 34, 36 barrels.
You could shoot clays with an AA-12. Guaranteed to hit it.
Yeah, if you launch 5 or 6 at them.
Like, I'm just getting my eye in. Well, Hugs, you're up. Pistol, rifle, and shotgun.
I don't really know what my dream one would be. I want a 1911 as far as a pistol goes, but I got really expensive taste that I can't afford. And
It's the whole idea of green.
yeah, some of them are absolutely beautiful. As far as a shotgun goes, those Benellis they're gorgeous. Especially, I really like the. I seen one that was semi-automatic, and it's got the camo colorations on. It was beautiful. But as far as a rifle goes, I went down to the Browning Museum, and they had some prototypes. I don't remember what they were, but they were antique Browning prototypes. Any one of those.
Well, there's something to that Browning thing because almost every freaking Browning is a beautiful gun.
I agree. They had some miniatures there that, oh my God. Like there's a miniature cannon at the Browning Museum. Absolutely beautiful. It would be fun.
I think that just leaves Al.
Al, hey. Well, I don't really have a preference on rifle and shotgun. Dream handgun. I owned back in the day, early 80s, I think. I had a 6-inch Colt Trooper with a bull barrel, all nickel, gorgeous gun. And it was a tack driver. And one of those you wish you'd have kept.
I dream big. How many bowling balls can this 25 millimeter go through?
All of them.
Take that, 22 Plinkster. Nah, I think it only go through one. It is a grenade round after all.
I doubt if it'd go through one.
Might not go through it, but it'll blow all of them up.
My 500 goes through one. I shot my mom's old bowling ball because she's never going to use it again. And it broke the acrylic in like 5 pieces, and it had a wooden core, and it split in half.
Well, she damn sure ain't going to use it now.
Nope.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
probably
probably
going to
gonna
miss this. My dad told me to fill the finger holes full of like silly putty and then try to shoot the thumb hole with my 500 to see if I can get a hydraulic effect out of it. Basically, fracking with 500, you know. He's starting to understand my twisted sense of humor, so.
No, I'm not.
No, my dad is.
Well, I should hope so. Has he ever went in and just smacked your mom and saying, "I know that ain't mine"?
No, but she does to my dad all the time. She's like, I don't know what I ate to make that. She says that shit all the time. I don't know what I was eating when I made you. I'm like, I don't know.
wasn't what she was eating, it was what she was drinking.
Well, Korean food is vast and sometimes strange. So. Oh shit.
So I gotta mute you guys for a second while I run into the store, but I'll be right back.
All right,
Alrighty.
have a good one.
Okay.
Bye.
What time is it? I gotta get out of here in about an hour.
Why do I have this?
Yeah, you do not want us unmuted if you're going in public.
That reminds me of what we did to a good guy with a gun one time when he went into the store.
Oh man.
Oh, were you there for that, Sean?
Yes.
We had the store page live on air. It was the best thing ever.
And I'm
this,
back.
Oh,
I did this
shit.
public speaking tour type thing
I know.
with
I know. What the hell? I'm back.
Shut
No,
up,
Mike.
Patrick, I'm telling a story. There, I had a
Fuck
Tony
you.
We don't
moment.
care.
We
Anyway,
don't care.
I did this broadcast with a hacking group, 2600, and we did this lecture on social engineering in a public place, no less. We were in the Galleria Mall, and what we did is we were trying to teach the basics of how to get answers out of people, social engineering. And to illustrate the experiment, we sent someone to a Target about 2 miles away. We called the shop, and basically the way I laid it out was I was like, "Hi, I'm Charles from what was it? I'm Charles from the Nortel Networks PA systems and phone. I service your phone system." And they're like, "Oh, what can we do for you?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm just letting you know that we're going to be working on your system, and you may have a couple of anomalies with your phone calls." And I was like, "By the way, if you could you tell me which extension is for your intercom system? That way we don't accidentally try to test out that." And they told me, "Okay, yeah, it's extension so-and-so." So then we hung up, waited a few minutes, and then made sure that the guy was in the store. And then when he texted back that he was in the store, we called Target again, got somebody else, and we're like, "Yeah, could you transfer me to extension whatever?" Which was the intercom system. And they were like, "Sure, hang on a second." So they transferred us to the intercom, and then we were like, "Attention, Target shoppers. There's a 50% off flash sale on everything on aisle 4. And then the guy that was in the store confirmed that, yes, the message made the broadcast, and yes, there was mass panic to aisle 4. It was epic. Also a fun felony. Okay, story
How
over.
many years ago was that?
Shit, like 15,
20?
16 years? Yeah, it was a long time ago.
And Smeggy said, "Shit, we traded hugs for night. I want hugs back."
She's in the stout. She'll be back. She just had to leave it.
I'm surprised she jumped in here and she didn't, run away screaming because of Tony.
She took Tony's invite, that's why.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. So far, she seems like the type that can get along with people like this and just, grab a beer and punch us in the arm. So that's cool. Be right back.
I've been punched in the arm many times.
What I do now?
Nothing yet.
You're old and senile. He's going to get me for that later.
Nope. I'm not even bothered.
So I'm right. Smeggy, not as harsh as what you said earlier. Oh, just a random warning. It's raining outside, so I won't lose internet, but I may lose power. So,
Great. Al, that's a nice toy you got there. That looks a lot like my Police Service 6 with just different grips on it.
Al, did you get a new gun?
No, he sold
we were
it.
talking about
No,
green
that's
guns.
the one I had. That's the one I had back in the day that I wish I hadn't sold.
You're back.
That's my favorite. We'll call it dream gun. If I could buy another dream gun.
All right, Night Strike. Pistol, rifle, shotgun. Pick one of each. This is Dream Guns.
Dream guns.
Mhm.
Pistol, Beretta 93.
Okay.
Rifle. M14. Shotgun. I'm gonna change it up and say USAS 12.
All right.
I can't believe nobody selected the Glock 18.
No, he picked the Raffica. That's just as good, if
Yeah.
not better.
I would say the Raffica is better than the Glock 18.
It was before it for sure.
It was before, but I would say it was better. It was better designed because it actually had a foregrip that you could use.
Yeah. What was your other two?
The USAS 12 and the M14.
Okay, good choices. Solid. Maggie wants a trench shotgun. That would be cool.
Like the Ithaca 37 or the 97?
No, the 97. Go Winchester 97,
Winchester?
just because the factor that you could do the whole slam fire by just pumping.
I'm gonna stick with the 1014.
You rack that son of a bitch if you ain't got it.
Right.
Thumb out of the way.
All right. Dream Milsurp, go.
Wait, what?
Dream Milsurp, go.
There ain't one.
Really?
Not really. Vietnam era M16 maybe.
Now, Sean, you need to be more specific. What about Dream Milsurp?
Pick one.
Or
Like-
the GE-134.
Like actual we can actually own, or does it mean just like any military surplus weapon?
Any military surplus.
Oh, well then I'll go for the GE-134.
It's not exactly man portable.
Well,
I'm gonna go a little more old school and say a Browning automatic rifle and model 1918.
Okay, that's a good choice. Heavy.
It doesn't matter. It's a light machine gun, whereas he's using a Gatling gun.
Okay, so you passed up the Lewis gun for that.
Quite honestly, if I was in World War One,
Yeah.
and I had the choice between using a Lewis gun and using a Browning automatic rifle, I would still choose the Browning automatic rifle because that rifle didn't just survive one World War; it survived two.
So did the Lewis.
They even used the Browning automatic rifle in Korea as well. So honestly, I don't see a problem with it.
20-round box magazine's my problem with it.
You realize that nowadays we can make like a 40, or we can even get somebody to manufacture drone magazines for it.
Does anybody do it though? Because I mean, those Ohioans Ordnance Works guys should be on top of that.
They don't do it, and that's the problem.
It's tragic.
It is tragic because those guys that do the X mags where they do like the 50-round M1A mags and they do the
products.
Yeah, X products. They need to do a Browning automatic rifle 1918.
I've been saying
Drum
that for
mag.
years. Like, even if it was only like a 40-rounder, just for weight, that's fine. All right.
All right, Ponnery, you nut, what's yours?
The China Lake.
China Lake.
Yeah, absolutely. 4+1 pump action grenade launcher. See, y'all didn't think about that, did you? See, it looks like a shotgun with a really nasty surprise.
Oh, that's that upgraded version of the M79.
You
Yeah,
are
it was the one for-
seriously unstable.
It's the one for, like, was it Marine Special Forces and Navy SEALs? They only made like 1,000 of them, or 10 of them. 10 of them, I think.
I'll be honest, if you're going for the Milsurp factor, I'd rather have an M79.
I had a chance to buy one and I totally missed it. Like I should have, but I didn't. I walked from it.
What, a China Lake?
No, an M79. There was a company that was going to remanufacture China eggs, but they never got off the ground.
Yeah, because they figured out how much it cost.
Yeah,
That's
it
all
wasn't cheap.
I'm still going to stick with Pup the Magic Chevrolet.
Nothing clears a spider hole faster than a pump-action grenade launcher,
And we
Except-
lost Hugs.
except maybe a Mark 19.
Now, Sean, if you're talking artillery, my dream artillery gun would have to be the Davy Crockett.
Carl Garage.
God, as much as I hate to say this, I have to agree.
Mine would be the Carl Garage.
Man, might as well fuck up everybody's day in the general vicinity.
Yeah, that's like the Call of Duty tactical nuke. No winners.
Of course, if you're saying that's not really artillery, that's like football nuke artillery, then I'm gonna have to say, okay, you want me to use an artillery cannon? Fine, I'm going with the M65 atomic cannon.
The Russians made one first, though, right?
No, we made them first because we
We
had
did the
nukes
first one.
first. Okay. We fielded them in Europe and South Korea during the Cold War. M65 atomic cannon, otherwise known as Atomic Annie.
Go back.
Guess what it fired? Atomic artillery shells. All right, let's nuke the world.
There's still a certain cool factor to the Davy Crockett. You just
Oh,
told me.
I'm not arguing that. But you know, if I was pushing in the corner, say you have to choose an artillery cannon, I would choose the artillery cannon that shot nukes. You have to agree with me on that one, because why just shoot regular normal artillery at your enemy when you can shoot nukes? I mean, if you're going to go on board with the whole Davy Crockett, you might as well go on board with the M65.
You really have to wonder what these designers were fucking thinking.
Well, they were thinking of the whole nuclear war and mutually assured destruction. Like, you know, okay, sure, if you fire on us first and kill us, you know what? We're going to make it so inhospitable that no one can have it. If we can't have it, no one can have it. So fuck you. It's pretty much what they were thinking.
Sometimes you got to wonder how the fuck we survive.
We survived because even the Russians were too afraid to use nuclear weapons on other countries. Even they didn't want to open that can of worms once more than a couple countries got nukes. Because everything they had built up and had went bye-bye once that first nuke went down. It's okay for them to fire nukes off in their own country, on their own country, to put out, you know, gas leaks and whatnot. But other than that, which I still think was a pretty stupid idea.
Dude, huge NSA pop. What the hell?
I have no damned idea what happened to everybody.
Yep, we lost Al, we lost Hugs, we lost Mark, we lost Tino.
They all got the itis.
Yeah, they're afraid of Night Strike.
See, Moon, you're not chat cancer.
Hugs deserves a special courage patch because she's the first woman that I know of that's had the courage to come into one of these.
No, there's also Glockdale.
Really?
I've seen her in a couple chats.
She's never been into the live chat. Take care, Hugs. Hope the kid's okay.
Oh, man. That's rough. Good luck.
Did he? You have when you come back, tell us if he won or not, okay? Because we need to know if he won the fight.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Because if he just finished the fight and didn't start it, we're on his side. We're all about self-defense.
Why don't you stop before you dig yourself in a hole you can't get out of?
I'm at the edge of the hole. That's it.
I know it.
Anyway, she'll come back. She'll be like, "Yeah, he kicked his ass. It's awesome. 2 days off." Now, fighting in school is a serious thing these days because kids don't fight just to settle their differences. Now they fight to kill each other. Crazy.
Yeah, I got called to school once for my oldest daughter pummeling some other girl for picking on my youngest daughter. Yeah, I got to school and the principal said, "We really got to do something about this." I said, "Why would I do anything about her? Doing what I taught her to do, defend her sister."
Yeah.
And that's the last time I was ever called to school. You're welcome, G. I don't know what the hell I did.
Wow. I gotta sneeze. Hang on. That came out of nowhere.
But yeah, Sean, did you hear what I said about if I had to choose actual artillery, I'd choose the M65 atomic cannon. If the Davy Crockett wasn't actual artillery enough, I'll choose the actual artillery piece that did shoot nukes. So.
You can't tactical nuke your way out of this one. Because if that was the case, I'd have the TAC nuke launcher from Starship Troopers. Nice and small.
You realize that their hand grenades were also nukes.
Yes.
Which I thought that was pretty funny, considering didn't they say that, cockroaches will be the only life form left that could handle a nuclear wasteland?
Yeah, that's if you're hiding in the fallout, but if you're direct hit by one, not even a cockroach.
Yeah.
I think there's some sort of irony there, shooting nukes at bugs.
Maybe just a little.
Man, shit ain't working.
Well, that Cisco kid was a snappy dresser. Yes, I have a set of DVDs with classic TV westerns and whatnot on them.
Toss a nuke down a bug hole. Exactly. It's the only way to kill a bug.
The only good bug is a dead bug. These kids are doing their part.
Jumbo kind of break can raid.
Click here if you'd like to know more.
Would you like to know more?
Service guarantees citizenship.
Outstanding, son. The mobile infantry made me half the man I am today. No legs, one arm.
Yeah.
And kids, that's how you get free college. Go join the freaking army.
No, everybody I know who did that got ripped off or killed.
I like how their drill sergeant from boot camp ended up joining the Roughnecks and killing one of the bugs because he got busted down to private so he could get the front lines. That was hilarious.
Connery, stop fucking up my plans with truth. Get all these precious little snowflakes through some boot camp and they might actually gain some sense in the world.
No, not at all.
I can always just go the mandatory conscription route.
I have no idea how much longer this will run, but I'm just going to let this run. I got to go take care of a couple things.
All right.
Have fun.
Bye.
This one will be a DOA.
It's going to run 15 minutes less than what Connery's would normally run because he started at 15 minutes earlier than he normally does.
Yeah, but usually mine on the weekdays never do the full 8. Like 7 and change, 6 and change, things like that. This one.
We can hope. In reference to
That's a good question. Fair question.
Oh, crap.
What? Oh, you mean I should start streaming some audio? Pull a Smecky? Turn on some epic rap battles?
I could just go flip on the stereo.
Nah, that's fine. It was an accident anyway.
I guarantee you could hear it.
Shit, what am I doing?
That's why I'm usually late coming on here every morning because I gotta go shut that son of a bitch off. It's all the way across the room.
It's okay. I ain't even mad.
Shit, I got copyrighted for doing fucking scales. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They're goddamn musical scales. Nobody owns them.
No, I wouldn't say that. Because if you're playing the sound of music, technically, yeah, you could get copyright infringed for the scale song.
I wasn't. Time to go home. See you guys in a little bit.
Like
Bye, Smegs. Good riddance. Get the fuck out. Take all your crushed little snowflake buddies with you.
So harsh.
He started it. I didn't. I just don't forget shit.
Just like a woman.
No, I'm not that good. I do forget shit. I was lying.
Let's see what this person wants. Be right back.
Me too. All right. I'm back. Well, I see that Flynn, in testifying before the whatever the hell it was he was testifying before, the Senate committee or whatever the hell it is, invoked the Fifth Amendment. No real surprise there. Some dude in Alaska gets over 5 years for illegally possessing 32 firearms, being a 4-time felon. Two years per gun. Huh, okay. A University of Kansas professor publicly resigns over campus carry laws. Good riddance. Get the fuck out. God damn slow son of a bitch. An Ohio judge says that he will be haunted forever by his decision to grant early release to a domestic violence offender who authorities say killed his ex-girlfriend and her co-worker and the police chief. This judge said Friday, I'm skipping his name, that he was heartbroken after the fatal shootings at a nursing home in the town.
What?
Bet you are. That's why I shouldn't read the fucking news, because this shit pisses me off. You got the cocksucker in jail. Keep him there until his term's over. Granted, that may have only postponed the incident, but still.
Oh, he's not gonna be happy.
You know, a bit of kind of honest personal history here is I witnessed my stepdad beat the shit out of my mom on a number of occasions. And oftentimes it was because she wouldn't shut the fuck up, but there's still no excuse. And growing up in this, I vowed I would never, ever let it handle my old lady, which I have never done, not in anger. But it's hard for me to fathom getting to that state of mind where you want to kill your ex.
There you're at.
Now, my mother told me that she split up with my dad because he slapped her. And that was all she'd ever told me. And then my grandmother told me he slapped her when he came home from work early and caught her in bed with another guy. Which, okay, maybe not. I don't know. I wasn't there or whatever. But for her to say that and then to watch the stepdad beat the shit out of her about once a month and her to be like indifferent to it, I do not get the women or the guys that do that sort of shit. Girls, if any girls are listening, if your old man smacks you, shoot that son of a bitch dead. He deserves it. Guys, instead of smacking your old lady, put a gun to your fucking head and blow your brains out. Save us a lot of headache.
I guess that's still in there. I don't think this one works. It's really frustrating. Come on, spit it out. Chat just got dark. Yeah, I'm kidding, right?
Do what? I can't hardly hear you.
Geez, like chat just got dark.
I couldn't get back into the lobby.
That's because we put up a border guard and
Yeah, well, you know.
No, I was on the right side of the wall.
monitoring the entrance.
I have to have my Texas passport to get in.
You're fine.
No,
South
seriously.
Carolina, see how Strike's running it.
I got out of the lobby earlier and I did gun websites just will not load for some reason. Everything else loads.
I don't know, G. I still see it. I mean, it didn't load what I put in there, though. Maybe that's all? Like, it'll just keep it small like that? Really? Finally? All right, let me go do the late edition of the quiz for today. See if I can find one right quick.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about because I can't hear half what you're saying.
When the last time you put batteries in your hearing aid?
That's the one part of me that works okay.
Oh, this ought to be good. All right, let me try it out first. Man, this is kind of easy. Yeah, that's too many. Oh. Oh, this one.
Well, I think I'm going to bail out of here. About time for the lady to get home.
All right,
You guys have a good one.
we'll see you later.
Take it easy, everybody.
Have a good one.
I'm gonna guess that's the same one. These are kind of vague. Ooh, this one's pretty tough. Let's see how I did. I got 19 out of 20. This one was not exactly easy. Well, Angry still out there? Nope. Damn. Maybe I'll save this for tomorrow then. That's a good quiz. Woohoo! That was a lot harder than I thought it'd be. And it's 20 questions too, so it'll run pretty long. Okay, so well, since things are quiet, this is a good time to talk about, for all of you on YouTube out there, come on down to gunchannels.com where it's free to sign up and register. And you can come and join in on the conversation live with many of your most famous YouTube personalities. Ooh. There's usually a lobby chat or a daily show every day of the week. And tonight on Gun Channels, we are looking at the Daily Gun Show coming up in about 2.5 hours. which I believe, yeah, that is followed up by Never Enough Ammo's Guns and Geeks chat, and I think Big Gunner 81. I'm always bad about the very last show of the day, but I think Big Gunner 81 follows that on Mondays. So that will be on Gun Channels tonight. I'm doing the ever so boring task of quality control today.
Oh boy. I did that for a few years as a machine shop inspector.
I'm doing it with the portable Blu-ray players today.
Yeah.
I've got to run them through their paces.
You work at a manufacturer, distributor, what?
No, it's a little bit of it's. I guess you can call it a distributor in a way. We're an e-tailer, and we got this shipment in, and they weren't. They wanted me to test them all before we ship them out because some of these models have a high turnaround. They're not as reliable as some of the other ones that we used to carry. Like, we get audited every year by Amazon. They're like, hey, we've had X amount of returns for X amount of reasons or whatever. Can you elaborate on it? I'm like, yeah, we're not the manufacturer, and the manufacturer made it badly. Or something to that effect.
Yeah, audits is something that gives me goosebumps because I used to work at a bank and we had to deal with federal auditors every year.
Amazon tries to make themselves more important than they are, so they do like corporate inventory auditing. They only want to have stuff that works on their website, but of course you're not going to know if it works or not until you sell them and then get the returns on them.
Yeah. Have you guys, or have you used, I guess, any Anchor products? KER, they make batteries and cables and stuff.
Let's take a look. See if I recognize it. Like portable batteries and things?
Yeah, yeah.
The only thing like this that I carry is from a company called Moby. They deal mainly with like Apple stuff.
Yeah.
And then half the time when I get them, we're under contract. We have like an exclusivity contract with Amazon. So it's like if we carry them, the only place that we can sell them to is them. And then they do the final distribution, which works out kind of nice because it's a guaranteed sell.
Yeah, Anchor may be selling direct on Amazon. I don't know. I know they sell direct on eBay. Yeah, somebody brought up USB cables earlier. And I've got an awesome cable I got from them. It's all.
Oh yeah, they sell direct.
It's Kevlar reinforced and all that good stuff.
They sell direct on Amazon. They're a prime seller just like we are.
Yeah. I've been real happy with the battery pack I got from them, and it was. I think it's 14 amp or something like that. 14,000 mAh. And it was fairly inexpensive as far as batteries go.
Oh,
Good.
we have a Dano.
Oh, better shut up.
What's really funny is my panel or my app is saying that there's 7 people in here, but I only see you and me and Night Strike so far. I could be lagging.
Well, I still can't get into the lobby. I don't know. I thought it was me earlier, so I rebooted. Still couldn't get in. Then I went and reset the modem and router, and I still can't get in. So I can get into everything else on the net. Just can't get into the lobby. It just sits there and spins. Chrome, one time Chrome came up with a 500 server error, which is not a good thing. Apparently, if you have it up, it still works, but I don't know what's going on.
I've got a pretty good idea what caused it.
What
Gee,
caused
make-
what?
Oh, let me make sure. I don't want to accuse myself of doing it, but if that's the
Gun
case,
channels
then
is up.
is it?
Let me try
I just
again.
logged in 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was on Saturday, but they discovered this feature on gun channels that came as a surprise, and then like G and I started playing with it, and then we broke gun channels.
Well, it was working, and for whatever reason, I decided to clear my cache in both browsers, and ever since I did that, I can't get back into it.
Could you put in the side chat just a little bit more meat on that topic?
Yes.
Thank you. By the way, when you look at my avatar, is it just Dano all one straight line, or is it like one just and then underneath Dano?
Yeah,
Where's it at?
it's 2 lines. Looks good.
Okay. Because for me, it's showing up like I haven't changed it yet.
Let me know if you can see this.
It's probably cached. When I change any of my plus avatars, sometimes I have to clear my cache for them to show up.
Yeah, I can see it.
I wouldn't recommend doing that right now, though, unless you're already in the lobby.
Right. Yes, Sean, I did see that.
Okay.
Actually, I just want to check it out. I'm actually kind of on my way to Helga's, but thought I'd check it out before I got there. So I could show all the cool kids what I just got.
What you just got?
Oh, I was just joking around. I had changed my avatar, and I'm working on some changes.
Yeah, I tried to make one. I just ain't that creative. That, and I've got cheap free software.
At least that's my theory of why I can't load back in right now. But that's the
Oh,
gist
you
of it.
can't get back in now?
Nope, I just got the spinny thing.
Okay. Well, like I said, that one time, Chrome, when I was trying it on Chrome, it came back with the 500 server error. So
That was just a temporary thing. I mean, every once in a while I get that. I use Chrome all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still down there. Oh well, I'm not gonna play with it. I'm thinking that's what's causing it though. So because it's just too coincidental that we played with it on Saturday and that happened. I just played with it once just to see if it was actually removed, and it tried to load what I put in there, and it's doing it again. So pretty much.
Well, this for me, this just started about 30, 45 minutes ago. It was working fine up until then. And it actually quit working before I cleared my cache. And when I say quit working, I was in it. I closed down my browser and went off and did something else, and then couldn't get back in it. So I thought it was just me.
You're definitely right on the cache thing, because now I'm logged in twice. Once on my phone and once on my PC. and on my phone, it's showing the new avatar to me.
On my phone,
But on my
it's showing a
computer,
dog.
it's showing me the previous version.
Yeah, on my phone, I just see your dog still.
That should be just and then underneath that Dano.
But mine's always slow to update, that kind of thing.
So
I see you twice now.
I think it was just
Oh yeah, you came in on your phone. Yeah.
local cache. Is what I'm saying. You're right.
Hmm.
Turn my phone back off. Disconnect. All right. I'll see you guys once I'm at Helga's.
All right.
See that? You were all in the bathroom with me and you didn't even know it. Had to mute. Okay. My page still looks a little weird, but at least it's loaded. Oh shit! Now I know where I screwed up. Tonight's late show is locked and loaded. Dirt. It's with the Hawaii Volcano Squad and Squidload. I think he's a regular now. Dano's walk to Helga's House of Pain is very short. It's like right around the corner from his place. So pretty soon he'll be back and you'll hear like the sound of tennis shoes walking across a treadmill. All done? I think that stupid little table from Prometheus. The one that like automatically doctors you. That'd be cool. Let's see what the complaint is. What was that? G in here?
That's me.
Oh.
That's something I was playing with the other night.
Oh man. He's gonna like that.
I had started working on a YouTube channel to fill in if needed, but then by the time I got back to it, you guys had started filling in the blank, so I hadn't really done anything with it.
Night Strike gets a little impatient when I run late to work, so I thought about hosting it from my house before I leave to the shop, but then
Yeah.
there would be like this 40-minute pause between me getting to work, you know? I mean, I could try to broadcast while I'm driving, but it would be
Yeah.
choppy as hell.
I don't mind doing it. My thing is I haven't done it yet. I mean, I have all the
Yeah.
pieces put together. I just haven't physically walked through the process.
Let's see what this is. Oh, she's been busy.
Sitting here thinking about the last time I went through San Antonio, not so much going through San Antonio, but I was down there doing some work for a client, and coming back, I hit Austin drive time like at 4:30 in the afternoon. And this was before the loop, and it took about 2 hours
Yeah, they don't do roads like
to
they do
go
here.
from about a mile south of the river to north side of Austin on the interstate.
That sounds about right. They definitely don't do roads in Austin like they do in Houston. Like parts of I-10 out here, 12 lanes across
Yeah.
in either direction. It's actually 26 lanes all the way across from one end to the other. "11 mains in each direction, 2 HOVs in each direction in the middle." I always thought what they should do is like they have in California. Strangely enough, they did one thing right. You put an express lane on top of the other one on top of the other, and on the top layer, it's the commuter one. So like if you're just passing through town or whatever, there should only be like 1 or 2 entrances in key places. Otherwise, it's just a straight through. So that way, people who work across town or whatever, they can get on that and don't have to deal with all the idiots trying to go in and out at every single entrance and every single exit.
So how's the toll road bypassing Austin? I haven't been through there since they built it.
I haven't either. I think they're just doing the same thing we're doing here. They're putting stuff in the middle, and then you can just run through it.
It's out east of town a mile or two. I mean, it's its own separate highway.
Oh. State Highway 130. Does that sound right?
I don't know. I just know it's a toll road.
It's this one. Let's see. Yeah, they got one that goes right through the middle. New Braunfels, San Marcos, Kyle, Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown. Goes all the way up through there. Where's that truck's garage? Yep. I believe it is. Still waiting for the day when one of these truck drivers back in and like knocks my Fiat over. That'd be funny. Okay, it's already open. Cool.
Well, don't stop talking just because I got here. Is there anybody here?
I did our history today.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay.
I did TV and movie today. See, I told you you'd hear that treadmill.
Ring. Let me ask you a question. On my current avatar, is the O in Dano easily readable?
It is on here.
Okay. You know, I'm looking at it through a phone, so I'm just with something bigger than a phone. Is it? Okay, that's all. That's good.
As long as it doesn't say Lust Dano anymore, right?
Exactly. That's the battle I've been fighting. Is Lusty Dano. So, any interesting gun talk I missed earlier?
Let's see. Classic is selling 300 Hugo M57s. A couple of my friends were asking me for the links all day today. It's like they all synchronized their buying watches or something.
What kind of 357?
I don't know, the M57 Hugos.
Oh,
Like you've got.
M57.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's not
No
like a...
holsters.
I mean, the one thing I would like to get is another mag.
It would be good.
I just have to wait for my next cycle of money to come in. And then I'll pick one up then.
I told you they had the Romanian surplus ammo over there, like crates
Yes.
of it. Yeah,
Yep.
that's some pretty hot loaded stuff.
Yeah.
1,700 a second, I think.
Ooh, that very hot, very hot.
Yes, very good. Yeah, I think it was 8 tins in a crate, and then 17 boxes per tin. I think that's how it works. I don't think I picked the gun of the day yet, but we did it better than that. Instead of a gun of the day, we did the. Hey, actually, you weren't here for that, so we can do that with you now. All right, Dano. Pistol, rifle, shotgun. Dream guns. You get to pick one of each. There's no budget on it either.
Right. Let me start. Pistol would be a World War II vintage or previous tackle action Luger in 9mm in good to very good condition. Let's see. The next one, I can't remember the designation, but it's currently a military-only shotgun, and it's no, it's a full auto shotgun.
Oh, the AA-20 or the AA-12.
I'm not sure which. That would be my dream shotgun. And rifle. Well, I guess, since this is fantasy land, and I'm assuming that I also have enough money for the land that would be required to use this next item, I'd say a semi-automatic Barrett 50.
All right. With a DD.
So I can just send them down range and destroy that old piece of whatever I got from the junkyard that I planted at the end of my field.
Man, this phone app for Google Hangouts on an iPhone sucks.
So what are you keeping track of what other people picked?
Yeah. Night Strike picked the 93 Raffica for his pistol.
The 93 what?
The Raffica, the automatic Beretta.
Okay.
And picked the M14 for rifle. I'm not sure which one he picked for the shotgun. Al picked his Colt Trooper Mark II, or was it the Mark III?
Mark III.
Mark III. And he didn't care about the rifle and the shotgun. And then I picked the AF 2011 Prismatic Dueler for the pistol. And
They say that again?
AF 2011 Prismatic Dueler. The double 1911, that thing.
Oh, one of those things. Okay, gotcha.
And then the Barrett XM 109 for the rifle. And then I was going to go.
Which one is that?
It's basically the Barrett rifle in 25mm.
Oh, cool.
It was an experimental one. They made 10 of them so far. And then for shotgun, I wanted to go with the AA-12, but I went kind of more realistic, so I went with the M1014, which is the military Benelli M4 tactical.
Now, if I could exchange a shotgun, my dream shotgun, for another, you could say it's kind of a shotgun, but not technically. It's more of a fully automatic grenade launcher.
Mark 19?
Yes.
Well, that was the next question, was Dream Milsurp.
And that's just a dream thump, thump, thump.
Machine gun launcher. That's pretty cool.
Not a whole lot of recoil, but a whole lot of ass whooping.
Yep. I went with the China Lake for my Dream Milsurp. Part shotgun, part grenade launcher, all business. Pretty neat.
Because I figured, a grenade launcher will do everything a shotgun will.
Just much more devastating.
Just more.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They made flechette rounds for those too, so I mean, technically still have a shotgun. It's funny that you mentioned a Luger earlier. I was going to tell you, my local, they have an LP08 artillery Luger, 6-inch barrel one.
Mm-hmm.
I think they only want like $2,500 for it.
Yeah.
It's in pretty good shape. He says 92%. I would agree.
And granted, it's just a personal thing when you get into collectible stuff, but the artillery ones, because of the length of the barrel, don't really do it for me. I like the little bit the standard barrel size.
Yeah.
Shorter one. And of course, what would be really cool, but of course, I think there's only one that exists, and I don't even know if it's been found, and that was the Luger that was chambered for the 45 ACP. Was
the prototype one.
Yes, sent over for test and evaluation.
Yeah. And then Georg Luger pulled out. He was like, "You guys are just using me to make your shit look good. I'm leaving." I remember that. What's up, BB?
Me and Dano don't care about people's opinions that don't train, so we might as well just be talking about chewing gum or something. Hey, and Night Strike, I don't even want someone's opinion about a handgun who doesn't even carry a fucking gun, man, okay? That's like asking someone their favorite fucking car that fucking doesn't even drive yet, okay? Fucking ridiculous.
He's not here though.
Oh, he's not here?
No. All that for nothing. I was gonna interrupt you, but you were on such a roll.
What role was that?
Well, you're laying down your thing.
I'm doing my thing.
Yeah.
People who don't carry guns.
35 grainers.
People who don't carry handguns, opinions on EDC is fucking laughable. You mean? You're saying you agree with me?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I wouldn't use the word laughable, but I agree with the concept. Are not legitimate.
Stryke picked the Winchester shotgun. He picked the trench gun. Because you can slam fire it.
Oh, he jumped in here, he caused a fire, and then he ran out.
All in good fun. Hey, we have a squib too.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I'm here.
So I saw that HVS put up his promo for tonight's chat. What is it? The direction of prepping or something like that?
You know more about it than me.
Okay.
I don't have anything in my inbox yet that says I sent him a message saying what do I need to study up on for the show, but he hasn't got back with me yet.
Yeah, well. You got what, 4 or 5 hours?
Let's see. Yeah, about. He'll start sending out invites in about 5.5 hours. I'll be barely awake by then, but it's a little bit hard to do a show with somebody who's 6 hours behind you.
Yeah. What's the on the screen name of the female that usually joins you guys about prep and stuff?
Oily. She's the oily prepper.
Okay, so the oily prepper.
The oily prepper. She's got her own channel. She does a show on Thursdays at 9 Central. No, 9 Eastern, 8 Central.
Well, if I can remember oily prepper by the time I get back home, I'll do a search on that.
If I
oily?
I don't know, something about being well, she does these natural oils that
right. all the women are into?
They're for
CBD
pain
oil.
relief and stuff like that.
CBD
Oil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like for pain relief.
Well, they seem to have that stuff for everything, which makes me a little bit suspicious. I mean, they got stuff for just about every remedy or every disability known to mankind and illness.
I'd like to do some more Navy ship shows coming up.
Wednesday's a big day in the industry for name ships.
Let's see. May, would that be 25th?
24. It's a big one, especially if you're British.
Oh, they sink the hood on May 25th?
Yep.
Or did they go into, what's that big port? Scapa Flow? Is that
No,
where
you were right
Scapa
the
Flow
first
got
time.
attacked? Oh, okay.
Battle of Denmark Street.
Yeah, because I'd say that the two big ones for them were losing the hood and having a German U-boat sneak into Scapa Flow, torpedo some ships, and sneak out. But they lose the Prince of Wales in Scapa Flow. I think it was an older battleship they used for training or something. So they ended up killing a bunch of cadets. But the U-boat commander got an Iron Cross for doing it because he had to sneak through mines.
Royal Oak.
Royal Oak? Okay.
What a pretty boat that was, too.
Hey, Dano, you said you were looking for some more magazines for your M57?
I'm going to be. I don't have any money at the moment, but next time the money comes around.
Everywhere I've either looked or ordered them from myself, they're all in the $30 range.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked about 2 weeks ago, and that's what I kind of noticed.
And they're not interchangeable with the others, so.
Right, they're their own. They got to be M57 or go home.
Yeah, pretty much. Because of the extra round.
Yep.
Hey, Dano.
Yes?
Your mic's like mine. It picks up the background noise, but it don't pick up the voice.
Gotcha.
Whatever just hit the floor sounds like it was right in front of you, and I'm sure it was across the room or something.
Yeah, it was dumbass. I mean, double weights.
Well, I wasn't complaining about the sound. I was just noting that The microphones are real
No,
weird like
that's-
that. They'll pick up the background noise before they pick up the voice. It's just really weird.
Gotcha.
So Sean, you feeling any better than you did this morning? No. Oh.
But I was 3 for 3 against Night Strike.
Do you need an adjustment in your medication or something?
He just needs them to send it to him.
Yeah. That'd be nice.
I think your idea about the emergency room is it's not too far off from what you may have to do.
Getting closer to that point.
When's your next appointment?
Whenever they approve it. They're trying to deal with my insurance because I'm still using a temporary card because those idiots keep trying to send me regular ones and they're not getting them.
So you can't walk in your doctor's office saying, I'm taking medication, but something's not right.
I can. They're just going to be like, well, we'll take you to the emergency room. You see something right away. It's like, okay.
What's up, jerkface?
Night Strike is not here yet.
He's not here for me to be bullying him?
Nope.
Nope. Alright, I'll stick to you then, Dana. Fuck it.
You come bring it, bitch.
You're a good enemy to have. Get down. Get up, Bob. Bob in here.
Over the right.
This be like Christmas, because I got a surprise that you will jump a mile high for.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You got to be nice to Dano. That way he'll give you the answers to the tactical pop quiz. Oh, wait.
I know.
Pop quiz. Oh, that was a weak clap. Oh, that was awful.
I know all the answers to that shit.
Well, you're now eligible to be a presenter with that clap.
No way. What happened? Ugh.
I think I had one or two bad slaps 2 days in a row, and that's why I kind of rolled on out of the slapping thing.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
It's like, it's either 100% repeatable or I ain't doing it.
Maybe you need to have a balloon and just pop it. Or take a paper bag and step on it. Paper bag full of air and step on it or something.
I'll just send them a roll of bubble wrap.
Yeah. The tactical pew life.
Tactical.
Yeah. And the prize today is some used bubble wrap.
Just one bubble punched.
Of course, you got to come pick it up.
And then when they get there, you ask them for their FOID card.
Yeah, that definitely, Tony would probably be the only winner.
The only acceptable answer is 42.
And by the way, do you all realize where Smeggy got that from?
Yeah.
As he hasn't.
Okay.
The
How did you get
Hitchhiker's
it?
Guide.
It's part of his username, Smeggy42.
Oh shit! He's cleverer than more clever. He's more cleverer. He's much more clever.
I don't use numbers. I just lay down who I am. Let the bitch deal with it.
Bitches.
Who's driving in the rain?
Sitting in the rain. It's raining so hard, man. I don't even want to leave.
Yeah, we sent you that from Michigan.
I got some of that this morning too.
I'm out here. Oh! Getting ready for match chat tonight. Top 5 reasons to carry a tampon in your first aid kit.
I just want to hear the top 5 dates he's going to stop doing top-up shit.
Oh, yeah.
Top 10 easiest top 10 lists?
He needs to do a top 5. He needs to do a top 5 live shows he's ever done. And when I was screaming at Connery and him, drunk off 3 beers, if that's not top 2 or some shit, then
that's got to be
that's not right.
We were all hammered.
I was drinking at the time. I thought I wasn't getting drunk, but I had like this double IPA that's brewed here locally.
Yep.
Orpheus, called what is it called? Life, Truth, something crazy. And it was 13% or some shit, 12% beer. But I knew it was strong beer. But I by the third beer, I was.
Doesn't that become ale after some point?
It becomes wine.
Yeah.
Beer wine. Anyway. Good shit, man. Good shit.
That's what I like about IPAs. It's like I'm not really fond of the taste, but they all hit like a sledgehammer.
Oh god, yeah. I'll be right back.
I've seen it before. It's called like Truth, Body, and Soul or something like that. It's strong shit.
Hey, Sean, what's that bar out by you where they've got pretty much every kind of beer and you can buy it by the yard?
Hey?
Okay, what was the bar that's out by you that 25 years ago you could get beer by the yard?
I don't know. Like when you started saying that I can get any beer I want, I was thinking
That doesn't make any sense. Time out just for a second. What do you mean beer by the yard?
It looks like a giant test tube, and you have to spin it when you drink it to get the beer to come out.
Huh.
And I just remember
is it 3 feet long?
I guess I can't remember. 2, 3
I just
feet
wonder
long.
where the yard comes from.
I don't think it was a full 3 feet. I mean, it's 25 years ago, man. I can't really remember. I just remember they had all these bottles of beer on a shelf along the wall that lined the whole bar or went around most of the walls or something like that. And supposedly they had like every beer in the world. And I remember I ordered this beer that was like 44% alcohol, and it tasted like tree bark.
Mm-hmm.
And you could get Weiss beer by the yard. And Buddy said it's downtown because all the college kids like to go out there and drink, and there's lots of bars and restaurants. It's the only time I was ever down in Houston. Flying Saucer?
Probably. That's the downtown one that's got like every beer you can think of.
I'll look it up then. It's been a long time.
Yeah, that came before World of Beer. My dad's got a saucer with his name on it over there.
Is Houston the town that the guy from Canada who was down to Texas for oil training went to?
Yes, he was here while I was in the emergency room the first time.
Oh,
I was gonna let him shoot my 500, and then I missed him. When I finally got back on my feet, he was already in like friggin' Fredericksville. God. Yeah, he was literally like 10 minutes from my house.
well, apparently we all have our priorities.
Yeah.
I was actually looking for somebody in gun channels that lived nearby me, so come pick up my 500 to let him shoot it. I couldn't find anybody. So.
But the nearest person's Flippy, right?
I think so.
And he's what, an hour away?
4 hours.
Jeez.
Edge is like 3 hours.
Okay.
Nathan's about 4 hours.
It'd be faster if somebody came from Louisiana.
Right. I think Matt's about 6 hours. See, in Texas, we don't measure things in miles. We measure things by how long it takes to get there. Somebody brought up a really good suggestion to Matt on his Sunday chat. Trigger time. He was like, how about top 10 guns that changed the world? That's a good one.
Well, yeah, but then people are just going to pick assassin's weapons.
Well, I mean, it has to be like world renowned. Something that was like a quantum shift, you know?
Well, what I'm saying is maybe he needs to define what he means by change the world, so G-Webs don't throw a fit that he didn't explain that. Because, I mean, that's the first thing I would think of is guns that changed the world were guns that weren't necessarily mass-produced and helped win a war, but maybe took out somebody who made political policies.
Like the Tsar and his family, like JFK, like others.
Well, that's a good one. You can pick a Carcano rifle.
Yeah. Or the
I don't know if they use the Mosin Nagant to get the Tsar or what.
The Beretta 1934 is what they used to kill Gandhi, right?
What they used to kill Archduke Ferdinand III that started World War One.
Probably
that
a
would be another one. I mean, but yeah, it would clearly, most of it would be assassination guns.
So I would just say iron that out to begin with to say, hey, this doesn't mean, assassin's weapons, or you can only use one or something, and then people
Or just
will
say,
be arguing.
Assassinations don't count, just to clear the table.
Oh yeah, because then people would be arguing that this gun won World War II, and I've already heard that discussed.
Well, I mean, if you were talking about stuff like that, was it the 1883 LaBelle, first smokeless?
Yeah,
that changed the world.
Yeah, and that's something. Okay, if he said more as far as something about the firearm was revolutionary.
Right.
Like the volcanic repeater, or the Henry, or the LaBelle,
the Gatling gun.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're driving towards. I mean, you could use assassinations and things if you wanted to, because the fallout from that person's death did change the world.
The gun that shot Lincoln.
I'm gonna guess it was a Derringer or something. It was something small.
It was. FN Model 10 killed Ferdinand.
So that's a semi-auto. I mean, I don't particularly care to talk about assassinations, but I mean, it is something of historical significance, so that's all.
yeah.
It
I
could
do
just be
have
misinterpreted.
a social question. And if anybody has a clue, that's fine, and you just want to let it pass, let it pass. Why is it? And I've noticed this even back when I was in college, back in the early 80s, that certain fraternal African American organizations, part of the, when you're no longer just a stand around, so to speak, and become a full-fledged member, you actually get branded. Scar tissue, the whole, and I'm not talking some little thing.
You're not talking about the actual African tribal scars, are you?
No, these are some. They vary as far as the symbol. Sometimes they're Greek letters, sometimes they're not. I'm just looking at what MFA Russ fighters, whatever. And a guy got in the ring and he had, in addition to a whole bunch of tattoos, he had a branding.
Odd.
Well, I guess that's the next step after tattoos. If that's not enough for you, then you get branded. I don't know.
But I've seen it, at least as I'm aware of, to the not necessarily graduates, but people who go to college or university that tend to be African American. Now, maybe that's changed since I've gone to school. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about it.
The only thing I can think of is it's to illustrate the connection.
It just seems counterintuitive to me in regards to, self-awareness of your own family's history and being marked like cattle.
It's a commitment check. Guaranteed the leadership ain't got it.
I understand that part, but how can they not see the elephant in the room?
Oh, look at all the guys who strap on suicide vests and their leaders don't, right?
Yeah.
Same difference.
Well, except we don't see them until they come in an eye drop. Actually, I meant eyedropper.
We used to call those glasses that you guys were talking about earlier, veil tails. You near trains?
I've got one in my backyard. You remember that colonel in A Few Good Men? He goes, I eat breakfast 100 yards away from men who are trying to kill me. I sleep 50 feet away from a train. I don't know, whatever. All right, guys, I'm home from work.
Yay.
I'm going to step out of here. Everybody have a good one.
See you later.
Catch you later.
I eat breakfast 300 yards from 4,000 Cubans who are trained to kill me, so don't think for 1 second you can come down here, flash a badge, and scare me. Or make me nervous.
You forgot the whole faggoty white uniform thing. I want some respect.
Different quote.
Oh, okay. Guess I need to go back and watch the movie. Hey, make that the movie of the day. A Few Good Men.
That is the movie of the day.
All right, catch you later.
See ya. Yeah, I did TV show a day today too. Which was The Sun from AMC with Pierce Brosnan, who plays a surprisingly passable Texan. Not too bad. That's a good piece of dialogue, the part that he wanted me to read. The corporal will take you by personnel on your way back to the flight line, and you can have all the transfer orders you want. Let's go. You have to ask me nicely. I beg your pardon? You have to ask me nicely. See, Danny, I can deal with the bullets and the bombs and the blood. I don't want money, and I don't want medals. What I do want for you to do is stand there in that faggoty white uniform, and with your Harvard mouth extend me some fucking courtesy. You gotta ask me nicely. Colonel just said if it's not too much trouble, I'd like a copy of the transfer order, sir. No problem. Yep, that's a good one. I have to watch that again. Never fails. 10 minutes from shutting down for the day. I start to feel a little bit better. A little bit, like minusculely better. Man, we haven't seen Jimmy in like, what, 3 weeks? I know he's working day shift and all, but damn. I got an update from Heavy. I think it was this last night or this morning. He's back in Arizona again already. Thought he wasn't officially moving for another week or so. He's down here. Yeah, it's funny. The closer we get to closing up the shop, the better I feel. What's not funny is that would apply. That would have been fine, but I felt like crap all weekend too, when I don't have to work. So it's not mind over body for once. And what's really funny is I'll go home and I'll crack open 2 beers and it'll thin my blood out a bit and I'll feel really good for like a couple of hours. Wish my gun channels page would load back to normal. Still looks kind of wonky. Doo-doo-doo. It's the world's loneliest turtle. You missed it, Knives.
Happened.
We had proof of female in gun channels.
Oh shit.
Yep, they're real.
What happened? They showed up?
No, she had to go pick up her kid from school because he got into a fight. She's like, I gotta go. My kid got into a fight. I'm like, oh shit, good luck. Kids fighting these days ain't no joke. Like when we were going to school, kids were fighting just to sort their differences out. Nowadays, kids are fighting to kill each other, you know?
Now at least you can jump in the bathroom.
I got suspended from school on the threat of a fight one time. Like, I didn't even get into the fight. I just threatened the guy. I was like, you're going to try to jump me behind my back? I was like, I will turn around and punch you in the throat. If you die, it'll be your own dumb fault. And like a teacher was nearby when she heard that, and she goes, "What'd you say you were gonna do?" I said I was gonna punch him in the fucking throat if he tried to jump me while I had my back turned to him. She's like, "Come with me." They took me to the office, and she was like, "He was threatening a physical assault which could have killed this poor young man." I'm like, "This poor little douchebag has a record here." It's like, maybe you should look up who the hell he is. He was like, "Forget it. Both of you are suspended. Call your mothers. You're going home." I'm like, what the fuck?
Nah, man, we should get jumped in the bathroom. I should get
Oh yeah,
jumped
that shit happened.
walking home.
That shit happened all the time. Yeah, I was like the master of dealing with people trying to jump you behind your back. Like I was trying to open my locker door one time and I heard this dude coming and I heard people in the background kind of whispering, "Oh shit, it's about to happen." And all I did was I sidestepped. He fell into my locker, like his head fell in towards my locker and just slammed the door right across the side of his head. And I was like, "Are you done?" Shit was retarded. I didn't get suspended for that one. I got in-school suspension for that one because technically I didn't start it. Kids will be kids. Go meet you out behind the rafters. It's on. We're gonna rumble. Kids don't do that anymore. What's really funny is the parents of those kids were us. We used to do it. You guys are young enough to remember high school? Sort of. Like this year's my 20th reunion. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to go because I was like, I don't want to see any of those people, you know? I never got along with them when I was in school. Why the hell would I get along with them 20 years later when they're all either fat, ugly, divorced, or having like the perfect fairy tale marriage and they just want to rub it in? Hey, we were the popular kids and our life is better than your life. Let's get together and talk about how we were better than you guys back then too. No thanks. Besides, back then I was like socially inept. Like I hardly ever talked to anybody. I think there's about 5 or 6 people from my graduating class that I still talk to, but I talk to them every day since we graduated, so it's like why I still know them. But everyone else, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, mine are fucking probably dead.
Now I found out the other day that this one dude I grew up with, he overdosed last week, and I was like, is he the first one from our graduating class? I found out he was the 5th. 4 other people died before him. One of them within 2 of them died together serving in Iraq, and then the third one died within 2 years of our graduation. Like he was like a wannabe gangbanger. I guess it caught up to him. The dude had rich parents in a rich white neighborhood. He thought it'd be cool to try to act tough. He got took out for it. I don't remember where the 4th one died or how the 4th one died, but the 5th one, drug overdose. I never understood that too, because like the way they present it, they're like, "Oh, so and so lost his battle with sobriety." I'm like, no, he just made a dumb choice that killed him.
That beer was good though.
I'm gonna show you what I'm watching. Is the last thing I'm gonna do today. Here you go. This is what I'm testing with. Testing to make sure that it plays Blu-rays. Los Pollos Hermanos. Oh, doesn't that look good? Don't you want that chicken? It was like my favorite episode. Intro.
Food porno.
No, it's Los Pollos Hermanos. Gustavo Fring. Like when this episode first aired, I was like, oh shit, there's a new chicken place in town. Then I realized it was Breaking Bad. I was like, oh my god. When the chicken turned into meth, that's when you knew something was going on. Right there. It's like, oh dude, that's all methed up.
It was better when it looked like chicken.
Right. That's how I test the Blu-rays, because I've got it on Blu-ray. Anyway, that was the last one for me for today. So box this shit up, close the shop, get the fuck out of here. Stroke out on the way home from work.
Yesterday I woke up with the fucking fever.
Yeah?
Today I fucking woke up with nothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say you sound a lot better. Usually you have a fever right before you get over something because you're breaking, you know, whatever it is that's got you down. Anyway, I'll see you guys when I get home about an hour from now.
All right, Sean.
Later.